Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight's story, we're diving on a theory on who the Primarch of the Legion and the Dam is. Before I get into the man, just be sure to like and comment any videos and topics to see the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been absolutely killing it. Now, let's get to the video.
Beneath Terra, below the cathedra vaults, beneath the ossuary archives, beneath the sealed inquisitorial libraries, where parchment breathed dust older than wars, there was a chapel no pilgrim had ever seen. It had no windows, no altar of gold, no statues of living saints. Its pillars were made from the fused bones of warriors whose names had been removed from imperial record by decree of the High Lords, by seal of the Inquisition, or by the colder mercy of administrative extinction. Rib cages formed arches. Femurs were lacquered black and bound in silver wire. Skulls without jawbones stared down from niches where lumen globes burned with a tired yellow glare, each socket packed with sensorial wax and stamped with the sigil of silence. The chapel of fallen heroes did not honor the dead. It contained them. Adamantium reliquaries lined the nave in rank upon rank, each one taller than a mortal man and thicker than a land raider's assault plate. Within them slept death records of lost chapters, broken crusades, forbidden martyrdoms, failed compliance wars, ghost fleets, vanished brotherhoods, and primarchal notations that should not have existed outside the deepest vaults of the throne world. Names had been scraped away from iron plaques and replaced with warning runes. Some reliquaries shook in their alcoves, though no hand touched them. Some whispered. Some bled machine oil through their seams. Servo skulls drifted between them like pale carrion birds. They moved in slow procession, trailing parchment scrolls and incense smoke. Their cracked speaker grills chanted casualty accounts in voices stripped of all pity. Cadia, defenders lost beyond final enumeration, ecclesiarchal estimate rejected, munitorum estimate revised upward, final classification, glorious attrition. Another skull answered, its augmetic eye flickering red. Badab, loyalist dead, traitor dead, civilian dead, gene seed unrecovered, honor disputed, record sealed. A third turned in the air, jawbone clicking against brass pins. Istvan, drop site massacre. Loyal legionaries Astartes casualties catastrophic. Primarch Ferrus Manus, confirmed slain. At the speaking of that name, every black candle in the chapel ignited, not with flame, with darkness. Savant Malchior Voss froze with one parchment-thin hand, hovering above the lectern controls. He was old in the way only servants of the Inquisition were permitted to become old, preserved by suspicion, spite, sanctioned juvenat treatments, and the refusal of his masters to let a useful mind die before its final confession. His spine had long ago surrendered to gravity and surgery. Iron braces locked his back straight beneath his grey robes. A brass respirator hung from his throat, ticking softly as it drew each breath through filters blessed by 3 dead magi and 1 living confessor who had since been executed. His eyes were milk white. He did not need them. Data streamed across the inner surfaces of his augmetic lenses, crawling through his skull in threads of crimson script. The candles continued to burn black. Voss swallowed. His throat clicked. He looked to the nearest servo skull. Repeat final designation. The skull turned to him. Its teeth chattered before its vox spirit answered. Primarch Ferrus Manus, confirmed slain. The black flames bent toward the skull as though listening. Voss made the sign of the Aquila, with fingers stiff from age and fear. His hands shook despite the suppressor stims whispering through the tubes embedded in his wrists. Again. Primarch Ferrus Manus, confirmed slain. The chapel answered, not with a voice, with a sound like iron dragged across stone beneath an ocean of ash. Voss almost stepped back. Almost. He had served 3 inquisitors, survived 2 demonological purges, and once watched a bound psyker vomit the names of 9 future heresies before chewing through his own tongue. He had learned that terror was not a thing to be denied. It was to be measured, catalogued, and weaponized. He turned back to the lectern. The pattern had begun as an accounting error, a minor irregularity in reports concerning the Legion of the Damned. Their appearances were already a theological and tactical impossibility. Black-armored space marines wreathed in spectral fire, arriving without warning upon battlefields where imperial defeat had already become mathematical certainty. They came from smoke, from flame, from dead. Vox channels, from the blind angle of Auspec's returns. They fought without request. They bled no blood. They took no wounded. They vanished when the slaughter was complete. Most records attributed them to the Lost Firehawks chapter. Others denied even that. The Inquisition preferred uncertainty when certainty invited worship. But Voss had found recurrence, repetition, a wound beneath the skin of history. Worlds defended by Iron Hand's successors. Battlefields where survivors of the drop site massacre had once passed into legend. Forge temples holding fragments of Medusan relics. War zones where enemy commanders bore symbols of the Emperor's children. Places where the name Ferrus Manus had been spoken in oath, lament, blasphemy, or hate. And always, somewhere in the ash after the Legion of the Damned vanished, there remained the same phrase burned into armor plate, stone, flesh, or the blackened interior of skulls. The flesh failed. The debt remains. Voss whispered the words before he realized he had spoken. The servo skulls ceased their chanting. Silence dropped through the chapel like an executioner's blade. Then, far below even that buried place, something answered with a single heartbeat of thunder. Voss gripped the lectern hard enough for his old knuckles to split. Blood crawled down his fingers and dripped onto the brass keys. The machine spirit accepted the offering and unlocked another layer of forbidden correlation. A hololithic projection bloomed above the lectern. It was weak at first, then sharpened into a rotating sphere of imperial space marked with crimson wounds. Each wound represented an appearance of the damned. Each was connected by lines of cold white light. The lines formed a shape Voss had seen in ancient heraldic files sealed under multiple death oaths. A mailed hand, an iron hand. Voss stared at it for a long moment. Then he began to pray, because there were truths even an inquisitorial savant did not wish to know alone. The astropathic choir was hidden behind walls of lead, bone, and sanctified copper. They had no names in the archive. Names gave shape to grief, and grief made psychic resonance unstable. They were recorded by function only: receiver, anchor, vessel, witness, mouth, flame. All were male. All were shackled into thrones of iron and black wood. Their eyes had been sewn shut with silver thread. Their scalps were branded with hexagrammic wards. Their throats trembled as they sang without melody, mouths moving in the language of dreams and void tides. Voss watched them from behind armored glass. An interrogator stood beside him, a younger man named Hale, narrow-faced and clean-shaven, with a bolt pistol at his hip and a purity seal stitched directly into the skin of his cheek. "You should not have opened the pattern alone," Hale said. "I did not open it," Voss replied. "It opened around me." "That sounds like guilt, attempting to dress itself as revelation." "It may be both." Hale looked through the glass at the choir. "What did you ask them to seek?" "Battlefields where the damned will next appear." "And?" Voss hesitated. The choir began to scream. Not all at once. The first scream came from the receiver, a thin, tearing sound that forced blood through the silver stitches over his eyes. Then the anchor arched against his chains, hard enough to crack vertebrae. The vessel bit through his own lower lip and spat teeth across his restraint board. The witness began to laugh, then sob, then speak in a voice too deep for his wasted chest. "Iron," the witness said. "Iron burning. Iron without mercy." The chamber lights died. Emergency lumen strips flashed red. Hale drew his bolt pistol. Voss did not move. He watched the choir through the glass as frost spread across its inner surface, despite the heat bleeding from the psychers' bodies. The mouth spoke next. "He walks through skulls." The flame answered. "They kneel. The dead kneel." The receiver's head snapped back. His sewn eyelids tore open from within. Black fire poured from his sockets. "A giant," he gasped. "A giant with hands like suns. No head, no face, no mercy. He is not salvation. He is not the Emperor's pity. He is judgment. Throne preserve us. He is judgment." Hale shouted for null wards. Somewhere beyond the chamber, alarms began to toll. The anchor screamed until his jaw dislocated. The vessel's chest burst outward as, if struck from within, by an invisible hammer. The witness clawed at his own face, digging through skin and muscle until his fingers scraped bone. Voss tasted copper. His respirator clicked faster. The mouth turned toward him, though he had no eyes. "Voss," it said. The savant went cold. Hale raised his pistol. "That thing knows you." The mouth smiled with blood-black teeth. "Tell them," it said. "Tell the sons of iron. Tell them their father is not done with them." Then every astropath who had seen the vision died at once. Their skulls burst inward rather than out, collapsing as though crushed by immense hands. Brain matter and blood sprayed across the restraint thrones, steaming where black flame licked along the iron. The glass viewing wall cracked from floor to ceiling. For several seconds there was no sound, but the alarms and Hale's breathing. Then a dead Vox unit in the corner of the chamber clicked alive. Slow metallic breathing filled the room. Voss closed his eyes. The voice that followed was not human, not machine, not demon. It was a grave speaking through a furnace. "The flesh failed," it said. "The debt remains." Carthax Septimus burned beneath a sky the color of a cauterized wound. It had once been a forge hive system of 7 industrial worlds, bound in oath to Mars and tithed to Terra. Its primary world was a continent-spanning engine of manufactoria, hive stacks, furnace oceans, macro-crane forests, and cathedrals to the Omnissiah, whose spires vomited incense and poison in equal measure. Its moons were armories. Its void stations were gun fortresses. Its orbital plates could berth tank columns by the million and ammunition trains longer than cities. Now the system was an abattoir. Chaos war fleets hung in high orbit like carrion gods, their hulls swollen with corruption, their prows carved into leering faces, their launch bays spilling attack craft in clouds thick enough to blot out the stars. Imperial defense monitors died one by one, each destruction a brief false dawn over the forge world below. Lance strikes speared through void shields and cut hive spires open from crown to root. Macro shells fell like the fists of angry moons, turning manufactoria districts into boiling lakes of slag and bone. On the plains before Forge Temple Dominus, billions of cult soldiers advanced beneath banners made from flayed skin, rusted chain, and stolen aquilas hung upside down. They came in waves so vast the horizon moved with them. Penal legions, corrupted militia, vat-born murder thralls, beastmen packs, traitor Skitari, plague-ridden siege gangs, and screaming pilgrims of the dark gods hurled themselves into the guns of the Imperium. The Imperial Guard killed them by the 100,000, then by the million. Then the ammunition began to fail. The 73rd Brontian Longknives died in their trenches when the enemy filled the earthworks with promethium and ignited the vapor. The 9th Harakoni Warhawks vanished during a drop assault into the lower manufactoria, their last transmission nothing but bolter fire, static, and a voice laughing in perfect high Gothic. The Cadian remnants at Bastion Halvek held for 6 days without sleep before traitor artillery reduced their position to corpse mud and broken lasguns. Their banner was recovered still clutched in the hands of a captain whose body had been burned away below the ribs. Space Marine strike forces had gone into the lower forge levels and not returned. The Salamanders had reported contact with demon engines moving through coolant tunnels wide enough to swallow hab blocks. The white consuls had requested orbital extraction, then rescinded it with the words, "No extraction. We die in place." The Black Templars had stopped answering entirely after their chaplain declared a final charge through the Furnace district. On the 7th hour of the 7th day of the siege, the Iron Hands arrived. Their strike cruiser translated from the warp with no heraldic flourish, no hymn, no plea to the Emperor's mercy. It came in silence, black and brutal, its hull scarred by old wars and marked with the white hand of Clan Raukan. Behind it came escorts, gunships, and dropcraft in disciplined formation, descending through debris and fire as if the void battle were merely weather. Iron Father Vorak Karen stood in the assault bay of the lead Storm Raven and watched Carthax Septimus rise beneath him. He was more machine than man, though he would have called that an incomplete virtue. His left arm was a servo limb cluster ending in surgical claws and a graviton maul. His right was augmetic from shoulder to fingertip, forged in black iron and etched with clan script. Half his skull had been replaced with a smooth plate of dark steel. One eye remained organic, pale and cold. The other burned red behind a targeting lens. Cables ran from his jaw into the gorget of his armor, carrying his voice through vox grills that made every word sound judged before spoken. Around him waited his brothers, Clan Raukan warriors in black power armor, white hands stark upon their pauldrons. Tactical squads stood like statues. Devastators murmured Binharic weapon prayers over grav cannons and plasma coils. Dreadnought sarcophagi hung in restraint cradles, their ancient occupants muttering hatred through machine sleep. Servitors clicked and twitched, loading ammunition with fingers that had once belonged to men. The mortal pilot's voice crackled over the vox. "Lord Iron Father, Surface Command requests immediate reinforcement of civilian evacuation corridors. Enemy armor has breached hab zones east of the Forge Temple. Estimated non-combatant losses exceed—" "Reject," Karen said. The pilot hesitated. "My lord, civilian bodies are not strategic assets unless processed into labor, ammunition, or obstruction. Forge Temple Dominus contains the macro reactor, the Gene Vault Annex, and the STC fragments. We defend function. We do not spend Astartes' lives preserving fear." A younger battle brother, Sergeant Damos, turned his helm slightly. "The mortals will call us cruel." Karen looked at him. The sergeant lowered his gaze. "They may call us what their failing organs require," Karen said. "The flesh pleads. Iron endures." The vox chimed with a priority command burst from planetary defense. A male voice spoke through static, strained but disciplined. "All Imperial forces, this is General Tibor Hest of Carthax High Command. Forge Temple Dominus is now primary bastion. By authority of the Adeptus Mechanicus and Departamento Munitorum, all available forces are to hold the temple at all costs. Civilian evacuation is suspended. Repeat, evacuation is suspended. The Omnissiah knows his own. The Emperor protects." Karen's mouth did not move when he answered. "Clan Raukan acknowledges. We descend." The Storm Raven punched through smoke. Below, the Forge Temple came into view, a mountain of black iron, brass shrines, reactor stacks, gun towers, and cathedral engines rising from a sea of war. Its void shields flickered in great blue hemispheres, failing section by section under bombardment. Every collapse allowed shells through. Every shell killed thousands. Bodies lay in drifts along the causeways, guardsmen and cultists tangled together in heaps, so dense tanks crushed them into red paste rather than drive around. Traitor titans strode through the ash beyond the outer wall. They were god machines in service to damnation, their carapaces hung with chains and corpses, their war horns howling blasphemies that made lesser men bleed from the ears. One bore the mark of the Emperor's children, its armor lacquered in obscene purple and bone white, its sonic weapons turning bastions into powder and men into bursting bags of meat. Karen watched it without awe. Target priority, he said. Enemy God engine. Secondary, breach columns. Tertiary, command organisms. Civilian presence in target zone, the pilot warned. Irrelevant. The rear ramp opened. Heat and screams flooded the bay. Karen stepped into the air. His jump pack ignited with a roar. Around him, the iron hands fell from the gunship like black meteors. Anti-air fire climbed to meet them. 2 battle brothers were struck before landing, one torn apart by flak bursts, another sent spinning into a manufactorum chimney, where he vanished in flame. Their death runes appeared on Karen's retinal display, were acknowledged, and were dismissed. He hit the ground in the middle of a trench line filled with dying men. His boots crushed a severed arm into the mud. A guardsman looked up at him, face grey with blood loss, both hands pressed to the ruin of his stomach. "My lord," the man rasped, "help us." Karen stepped over him and fired his combi bolter into the charging cultists beyond the parapet. The weapon barked. Mass reactive shells punched into bodies and detonated, blowing torsos open, bursting heads into red mist, throwing limbs into the air. His brothers landed around him and added their fire. The trench became a furnace of disciplined killing. The guardsman reached for Karen's ankle. "Please." Karen looked down. The man's intestines were spilling between his fingers. His eyes were wet with the animal refusal to die. "You are already expended," Karen said. Then he turned away. The iron hands advanced. They did not charge like the sons of Russ, nor roar like the sons of Dawn, nor burn with the devotional fury of the Templars. They moved as a firing equation. Bolters rose and fell. Plasma guns hissed. Servo arms crushed skulls. Chain blades opened bodies from groin to throat. They killed without flourish and without hesitation, stepping through blood deep enough to splash against their greaves. Cultists broke against them and died screaming. A traitor Ogrin lumbered from the smoke, its skin stitched with brass icons, its hands replaced by rotary saws. It tore a guardsman in half and hurled the pieces at the advancing space marines. Karen met it head-on. The Ogrin swung. Karen ducked beneath the saw, drove his iron hand into the creature's abdomen, and activated the graviton maul at point-blank range. The Ogrin folded inward. Bones collapsed. Organs compressed into pulp. Its skull imploded with a wet crack, and the creature dropped in a sack of ruined flesh. "Breach ahead," Sergeant Damus voxed. "Enemy armor massing." "Then reduce it." The iron hands formed a gun line at the shattered causeway. Predators rolled in behind them, their lascannons stabbing white fire through the haze. A traitor tank exploded, turrets spinning into the air, trailing bodies and flame. Another pushed through the wreckage, its hull painted with prayers to the Dark Prince. Karen marked it. A Devastator squad fired as one. The tank became molten scrap. Then the Vox died. Not failed. Died. Every channel became a grave. Karen heard no guard command, no Mechanicus Binharik, no squad-level chatter. Even the machine spirit of his armor stuttered, its status runes dimming as cold static flooded the display. He halted. His brothers halted with him. Across the battlefield, the enemy seemed to falter as well. Cultists slowed. Traitor engines ground forward through smoke and falling ash. Men screamed, but the sound felt distant, trapped behind walls of iron. Then came the breathing, slow, metallic, immense. It filled every dead Vox channel. It echoed from broken helms, ruined tanks, corpse mouths, and the speakers of burning command posts. It pulsed through the teeth of servo skulls and the throats of dying men. Karen felt his organic heart beat once, then again, an irritation, a reminder of weakness. A voice followed the breathing. The flesh failed. The debt remains. Sergeant Deimos turned his helm. "Iron Father." "I heard. Source unknown." "Nothing is unknown," Karen said, though for the first time that day, he knew the statement was false. The battlefield temperature dropped. Black fire appeared among the dead. At first it clung to corpses in the no man's land before the Forge Temple, burning along rib cages, cracked helms, severed hands, and pools of blood. It did not consume them. It illuminated them from within. The flames spread from corpse to corpse until the killing field looked like a constellation of funeral pyres. Then shapes stepped through the smoke. Space Marines, black-armored, silent, wreathed in spectral flame. Their armor bore bones, skulls, and icons that refused Auspex classification. Their eye lenses burned like coals in a crematorium dark. They walked where no living warrior could have stood, through artillery impacts, through lasfire, through the sonic shriek of traitor weapons. Shots struck them and vanished into flame. Shells burst among them and left them untouched. Their bolters rose. They fired. Every round struck true. Cultists exploded, as if their blood had turned to promethium. Traitor Marines staggered under impacts that burned through ceramite and soul alike. A demon engine reared, shrieking with a furnace mouth full of teeth, before black flame erupted from inside its hull and blew it apart in chunks of meat metal and screaming brass. The Imperial line did not cheer. Men dropped to their knees. Some prayed, some wept. Some shot themselves rather than watch the dead come to war. Karen did neither. He stared. His augmetic eye produced no identification. His armor spirit returned only static. His flesh eye saw what the machine could not. The damned had come. Behind them, the smoke parted. Something larger walked there. Not a dreadnought, not a demon prince, not a titan's child. A giant in blackened warplate strode through the corpse fire, taller than any space marine, broader than any chapter master, carrying a hammer that burned as if a sun had been chained inside its head. Flames crawled from his iron hands. Every step cracked the ground. Every corpse he passed turned its empty skull toward him, as if remembering command. He had no head, only a ragged collar of black fire above his gorget, a crownless absence where a face should have been. The legionaries of the damned advanced before him, like an honor guard of murdered centuries. Karen's remaining flesh went cold beneath his armor. The headless giant stopped amid the dead and slowly raised the burning hammer. Across the field, the traitor Titan sounded its war horn in challenge. The giant answered without words. He charged, and the dead followed. Memory was not a river. It did not flow cleanly from source to sea. It clotted, it suppurated. It sank its hooks into the meat of the soul and waited for pressure, for weakness, for the right wound to split open. On Carthax Septimus, as black fire crawled across the dead and the headless giant charged the traitor god engine, the past tore through reality like a blade through a throat. There was ash. There was thunder. There was the taste of iron in a mouth no longer attached to breath. Istvan burned again. The Urgal depression opened beneath a red and murdered sky, a vast basin of dust, stone, and betrayal. Its slopes were broken by impact craters and the wreckage of war machines. Its floor was a churned killing ground, hammered by artillery until the earth had become a paste of pulverized rock, promethium residue, and the bodies of sons who had been made to outlive empires. Smoke moved across it in walls. Firestorms walked where the wind drove them. Shells fell so thickly that the horizon existed only in flashes. The iron hands advanced into that furnace with the certainty of a closing fist. At their head came Ferrus Manus. He did not stride like a king seeking witness. He did not turn to see if his sons followed. He did not raise a banner or speak soft words into their hearts. Such things were for those who needed courage fed to them in little mouthfuls. Ferrus had never respected hunger of that kind. He believed in strength, because strength endured without consolation. He believed in iron, because iron did not beg to be loved. He wore black warplate scarred by battle and brightened by the silver of his living metal hands. Those hands caught the light of the burning sky and threw it back coldly, as if even Istvan's flames were unworthy of warming them. His face was a brutal thing, broad and hard, all anger brought under discipline and then sharpened into purpose. His eyes held no mercy. They held recognition of the field, of the enemy, of the betrayal, of the task. Kill. That was enough. Around him marched the Morlocks, the deadliest of his sons, encased in cataphractii Terminator plate. Gabriel Santar walked near his father, massive in his armor, his helm mag-locked at his hip so the dust and heat could strike his face. He looked upon the battlefield with the devotion of a warrior who had already decided that survival was irrelevant unless it carried victory on its back. The Morlocks moved through shellfire as if the barrage were weather. Their plate rang beneath impacts. Ceramite chipped. Reactive plating split. One warrior took a direct hit from a Lascannon that punched through his shoulder and blew his arm away in a spray of black armor, torn fiber bundle, and cooked flesh. He staggered, locked his stance, and continued forward, storm bolter hammering death into the smoke. Another fell when a missile struck his knee and burst inside the joint, spilling hydraulic fluid and blood into the dust. He dragged himself onward with one power fist, crushing skulls beneath his chestplate, still firing until the enemy shells finally found his head and turned his helm into molten scrap. No order to retreat was given. No request for one was made. The Iron Hands were not here to survive. They were here because Fulgrim had betrayed the Emperor, and betrayal was a defect that could only be corrected by obliteration. Ferrus had come too quickly. Some part of him knew it. Some buried and hated fragment of reason measured the deployment, the distances, the enemy disposition, the wrongness in the silence of supposed allies waiting beyond the rim of the depression. But fury had taken those calculations and hammered them flat. Fulgrim had reached for him with treachery. Fulgrim, who had once stood beside him as brother, rival, and mirror. Fulgrim, who had offered impossible kinship in a galaxy of lesser beings. Fulgrim had chosen corruption, ornament, deceit, and rot. There could be no delay. No strategy could outweigh the necessity of punishment. "Forward," Ferrus said. The word passed through the Iron Hand's line like a machine command. It did not inspire. It activated. The X-Legion accelerated into the storm. Bolters roared. Autocannons hammered. Volkite beams burned red tracks through traitor ranks. The air filled with the stink of ruptured armor seals and boiled blood. The enemy before them were Emperor's children, once flawless in purple and gold, now marked by excess, madness, and laughter that should never have come from Astartes' throats. They fought beautifully. That made Ferrus hate them more. Beauty without endurance was decoration. Decoration was weakness. Weakness deserved extinction. A squad of Emperor's children charged from the smoke, their blades singing, their armor polished even amid the slaughter. Santar met them with the Morlocks. The clash was not elegant. It was a collision of iron and arrogance. A Phoenix Guard spear punched through a Morlock's chest and burst from his back, trailing shredded lungs. The Morlock seized the shaft with both hands, held the wielder in place, and allowed Santar to crush the traitor's skull with a thunderhammer blow that drove the head down into the chest cavity. Another Emperor's child vaulted over the corpse, blade descending for Santar's throat. Ferrus reached out without slowing, caught the warrior mid-leap by the faceplate, and closed his fingers. The helm collapsed. The skull inside followed. Blood and brain matter vented between Ferrus's silver fingers in a hot burst. He threw the corpse aside and kept walking. "Father," Santar voxed, voice thick with static and restraint. "The Raven Guard and Salamanders are engaged across the basin. Our rear line reports movement from the reserve legions." Ferrus did not look back. "Then they will do their duty." A shell burst nearby, swallowing 3 Morlocks in flame. One emerged burning, his armor cracked open along the ribs, organs visible beneath the torn black plate. He raised his bolter and fired until a second shell erased him. Santar looked toward the rim of the depression. He had the instincts of a commander. He had the loyalty of a son. On Istvan, both were chains. "My lord, the pattern is wrong." Ferrus stopped. For a heartbeat, Amid the falling shells and dying giants, the world seemed to hold its breath. Ferrus turned his head just enough for Santar to see the side of his face. There was fury there, yes, but there was also insult. Not at Santar, at existence itself, for daring to place doubt in the path of necessary vengeance. "Wrongness is why we are here," Ferrus said. "We will correct it." Then he moved again, and Santar followed because he was an iron hand, and because Ferrus Manus was his father, and because no son wished to be the first weakness his father saw. The memory broke. It became fragments, a banner falling into mud, a dreadnought burning, sarcophagus split, the ancient warrior inside chanting kill counts until his voice became static, an iron hand's apothecary kneeling over a dead brother and cutting gene seed from ruined flesh, while bolter rounds sparked from his backpack, the sky turning against them, the second wave opening fire, brother legions revealing the knife, the drop site massacre blooming in full. The battlefield ceased to be a war and became a betrayal with artillery. Loyalists died facing enemies in front and behind. Raven Guard formations were scythed apart as they tried to redeploy. Salamanders burned in their own fire. Iron Hand's armor columns were caught in kill boxes and reduced to slag. Vox channels became overlapping screams, orders, denials, prayers, and curses. Names of brother legions were spoken first in disbelief, then rage, then hatred that would outlive the bodies forming it. Ferrus saw the truth then. Not all of it. Not the long shape of Horus's rebellion. Not the endless future that would grow from this wound. He saw enough. He saw that trust had been used as a garrote. He saw that brotherhood had been a weakness. He saw that he had walked his sons into a killing field because anger had worn the mask of duty. The realization did not cool him. It made him worse. He drove deeper. Fulgrim waited in the murder light. The Phoenician stood amid the chaos, as if war were a court assembled for his pleasure. His armor shone with impossible grace, purple and gold unmarred in places where no armor should have remained clean. White hair moved in the heat wind. His face was beautiful, and that beauty was a wound all its own, because it had once belonged to something noble. He carried himself with the poise of a duelist, a prince, a poet who had learned to write only in blood. When he saw Ferrus, sorrow touched his features. It was almost convincing. "Brother," Fulgrim called, his voice carrying through the din as though the battlefield wished to hear him. "Even now, you come as the hammer, never the hand that shapes." Ferrus advanced, hammer in his grasp, eyes fixed upon the traitor Primarch. "You speak too much." Fulgrim smiled faintly. "And you listen too little. That has ever been our tragedy. Our tragedy is your weakness." A shell detonated between them. Dust and shrapnel screamed outward. Neither Primarch moved. Fragments struck their armor and spun away. Fulgrim's smile thinned. "Weakness? I have seen beyond the prison of crude obedience. Horus offers a galaxy remade by those strong enough to claim it. You could stand with us. You should stand with us. Iron and perfection, brother. Think of what we might forge." Ferrus's grip tightened around his hammer. "You adorn treachery with pretty words and call the filth a crown. Still so blunt. Still loyal. Loyal to a father who uses you as a tool?" Ferrus bared his teeth. It was not a smile. It was the expression of a predator recognizing movement in the dark. A tool has purpose. A traitor is scrap. Fulgrim's eyes hardened. Some of the sorrow curdled, and beneath it something glittered. Pride. Hunger. A poison wearing the face of enlightenment. "I did not wish this," Fulgrim said. Ferrus began to run. "I did." They met like colliding worlds. The first impact shattered the ground beneath them. Ferrus's hammer struck Fulgrim's guard and drove the Phoenician back through a curtain of flame. Fulgrim spun with impossible elegance, blade flashing toward Ferrus's throat. Ferrus caught the strike on his forearm, the edge screaming across black plate and silver flesh. Sparks burst. Fulgrim flowed aside from the answering blow, but not fully. Ferrus's fist clipped his breastplate and hurled him from his feet. The Emperor's children nearby faltered. The iron hands roared without words and drove into them. Fulgrim rose, faster than thought, laughing once. Not mockery, not joy, something worse. Exhilaration. "There you are," he said. "The real you, not the commander, not the dutiful son, the beast of Medusa." Ferrus struck again. Fulgrim parried, turned, cut. The blade kissed Ferrus's cheek and opened it to the bone. Primarch blood ran black-red down his jaw. Ferrus ignored it and slammed his forehead into Fulgrim's face. Bone cracked. Fulgrim staggered, beauty broken for an instant, blood spilling over perfect lips. Ferrus seized him by the throat. "I should have killed you when you first spoke Horus's lies." Fulgrim's blade punched into Ferrus's side. The weapon went deep. Ferrus felt it bite through armor, muscle, and organs never meant to fail. Pain flared white. He answered by lifting Fulgrim from the ground and smashing him into a broken tank, hard enough to buckle its hull inward. Fulgrim tore free, leaving blood on Ferrus's fingers, and the two brothers circled amid the ruin. Around them, the Legion died. Gabriel Santar saw his father dueling and tried to reach him. The Morlocks went with him, grinding forward through a tide of Emperor's children and fresh traitors pouring into the depression. Terminator armor became coffins. Power fists crushed helms. Chain fists opened torsos. Spears punched through gorgets. Santar killed. One champion, then another, then a third, whose dying blade scored his ribs. His breath came hard. His armor warned him of blood loss. He silenced the warning. "Forward!" he snarled. A Morlock beside him fell with his head gone. Another took up the advance. That was all. No lament, no hesitation. The dead became terrain. The duel raged beyond them. Ferrus fought like a forge engine given hatred. Every blow was meant to end the matter. Fulgrim fought like a blade given thought. He yielded, turned, struck, retreated, advanced. His elegance was not weakness. That truth enraged Ferrus more than any insult. Fulgrim had strength. Fulgrim had skill. Fulgrim had been worthy once, and had chosen rot anyway. "Treachery is the final proof," Ferrus said, voice low and savage as he battered Fulgrim's guard aside. "That perfection without endurance is rot." Fulgrim's answer came through clenched teeth. "And endurance without vision is merely stubborn decay." Their weapons met again. The sound rolled across the battlefield like a god machine dying. Ferrus broke Fulgrim's guard. For one instant, the Phoenician was open. Ferrus struck with all the wrath of Medusa, all the force of the betrayed, all the weight of a father who had failed to see the fracture in his own brother's soul. The blow hurled Fulgrim down. His sword spun from his hand. Ferrus loomed over him, bleeding, burned, terrible. Fulgrim looked up. For a heartbeat, the poison in him seemed to tremble. "Brother," he whispered. Ferrus raised his hammer. Then the blade that was not merely a blade found Fulgrim's hand again. The memory shuddered. It did not wish to remember. It did not wish to see. But it had seen for 10,000 years, and wounds do not close because the dead are ashamed. Fulgrim moved. Too fast, too graceful, too damned. The strike came in a silver arc. Ferrus felt the edge enter. There was pressure first, not pain. Pressure, cold and absolute, biting through the neck seal, through flesh, through spine. His hands were still raised. His heart was still beating. His mind was still forming the command to kill. Then the world tilted. Ferrus Manus saw his own body standing without him. He saw his silver hand still gripping the hammer. He saw Fulgrim's face, no longer beautiful, twisted by horror and rapture, and something that looked like grief, dragged behind a chariot of pride. He saw Gabriel Santar die trying to reach him. He saw the Morlocks break, not in courage, but in body, crushed, cut apart, buried beneath enemies who had once been kin. He saw his sons see him fall. That was the true death, not the blade, not the blood, not the severing of meat and bone. The ex-legion's soul cracked when his head struck the dust. A sound passed through the iron hands that no vox recorded cleanly. It was not a cry, not a roar. It was the noise of iron realizing it had been made around an emptiness. Their father was down. Their certainty was decapitated with him. In that instant, something entered them that would never leave. Shame, cold and immortal, disguised for 10,000 years as logic. Ferrus lay in the dirt of Istvan V and saw without eyes. His perception unraveled. He saw his sons dying around him and hated them for failing. He hated Fulgrim for choosing weakness and proving that even the greatest could rot. He hated Horus, distant architect of this slaughter. He hated the legions on the rim who fired into loyal backs. He hated the limits of flesh, the treachery of blood, the arrogance of anger, the blindness that had brought him here. Most of all, Ferrus Manus hated himself, not because he had died. Death was functionally irrelevant. He hated himself because he had been wrong, and his sons had paid for it in oceans. He did not pray. He would not give the universe the satisfaction of hearing him beg. No plea went to the Emperor. No lament went to his legion. No curse was wasted on Fulgrim. Condemnation was all that remained, and he turned it inward with the same merciless strength he had once turned upon worlds. Weakness. The word filled him. His weakness, his fury, his failure. The battlefield receded. The guns became distant. Fulgrim became a smear of purple and gold above him. Then nothing. Santar's death cry vanished. The Morlocks faded into smoke. The red sky closed like a wound being stitched shut by black hands. Ferrus fell, not downward. Downward had meaning. This was beyond direction. He fell through silence. No demon came to claim him. No laughing god reached from the warp with talons slick from slaughter. No brother's voice followed. No Fulgrim. No Horus. No choir of the dead. Only absence. Then, impossibly far away, there was light. Not warmth, not welcome. A radiance so vast and terrible that even dead perception recoiled from it. The Emperor did not speak. That was worse. In that silence was command without language, judgment without explanation, grief without comfort, and purpose without mercy. It was the silence of a father who had lost a son and still had wars to wage. It was the silence of a throne that would one day drink souls by the thousand and call the horror necessity. It was the silence of mankind's master looking upon ruin and refusing to let even death be an escape from duty. Ferrus Manus fell toward that silence. His last thought was not of victory, not of vengeance, not even of Fulgrim. It was a judgment, cold as Medusan iron, spoken by what remained of himself to what remained of his sons. The flesh failed. Then the darkness took him, and somewhere beyond death, something waited with a hammer. Centuries after Istvan had become a wound in mankind's oldest myths, another wound opened in the void. The rapturous Rex moved toward Crow's world, like a cathedral fired from a cannon. It was not merely a fortress monastery. It was a judgment engine clad in adamantium, a shrine to wrath, a reliquary of victories and bones. Its flanks bore the scars of boarding wars, Zeno's exterminations, punitive crusades, and void sieges, where lesser ships had broken against it and died burning. Its launch bays held thunderhawks painted in flame and white. Its reliquary decks held skulls taken from traitor commanders, heretic kings, apostate cardinals, mutant warlords, and alien tyrants whose names had been deliberately left unrecorded, so their memory could not survive the Firehawk's hatred. The chapter did not see itself as a shield. It was a brand pressed to the flesh of the unclean. Its warriors gathered in the mustering basilica before translation, rank upon rank of armored giants, beneath banners of red, flame, and bone-white heraldry. Their helms were locked beneath their arms. Their faces were stern, hard, proud, and hungry for the sanction of violence. Chaplains moved among them with Crozius and censer. Tech marines chanted to warplate and bolter. Servitors dragged carts of blessed ammunition between the companies, their spines bent beneath shell caskets and purity seals. Above them, suspended from chains thick as tank hulls, hung the great hawk of absolution, a winged icon forged from the melted weapons of defeated enemies. Its talons gripped a broken 8-pointed star. Its eyes were rubies taken from the crown of a slain heretic prince. Beneath its shadow stood Chapter Master Cadron Volt, Lord of the Firehawks, conqueror of the Ashima Rift, breaker of the Ninefold Covenant, bearer of the Burning Mantle. He was a warrior made for overwhelming force. His armor was artificer-wrought and polished to a brutal gleam, its flame patterns worked in lacquer and gold. A power fist encased his left hand. A master-crafted blade rested at his hip. His face bore old scars, not hidden, not softened, but displayed as evidence that the Emperor's work demanded payment in flesh. He looked upon his assembled sons and saw no hesitation. Good. Hesitation was the shadow cast by doubt. Doubt was kin to weakness. Weakness was kin to heresy. "Our course is set," Volt said, his voice rolling through the basilica from 100 Vox amplifiers. "Crow's world calls for judgment. Its defenders plead, its priests beg, its governors request relief. We are not relief." The Firehawks struck fists to breastplates as one. "We are punishment," they answered. Volt allowed himself the slightest nod. "The enemy believes distance will spare him. The enemy believes the warp will delay us. The enemy believes walls, guns, numbers, and prayers to false gods can preserve his life. He is wrong. By the throne, he is wrong. We will translate. We will descend. We will burn his fortresses, break his armies, drag his masters from their holes, and nail their sins to the doors of their own temples. Mercy is for the penitent. The guilty receive fire." "Fire and judgment," the chapter thundered. "Fire and judgment," Volt said. The cry should have echoed cleanly. Instead, something answered beneath it. A low groan passed through the decks of the Rapturous Rex, too deep to be metal fatigue, too deliberate to be stress from the engines. Candles upon the chaplain's censers guttered. The scented smoke thickened. The flames went black. For one breath, every warrior saw it. Black flame, not smoke, not shadow. Flame without light, bending inward toward the censer bowls, as though feeding upon the sanctified oils. Chaplain Mordain Vere halted halfway through a blessing. His skull helm turned slowly toward the nearest censer. He did not step back. Firehawks did not step back from omens. They interrogated them with faith, and if faith failed, with a blade. "Recite the litany of translation," Volt ordered. The nearest serf, an old bondsman named Joran, bowed with trembling haste before the command dais. His shaved scalp gleamed with sweat beneath devotional tattoos. He opened the brass-bound rite book with hands already stained by engine oil. "By him on Terra, may the path be made pure. By the Astronomicon, may the night be made known. By the Geller field, may the unreal be denied. By iron hull and sanctified engine, may the vessel endure." The book's pages began to shed ash. Joran stared as words blackened, curled, and fell apart beneath his fingers. He tried to continue. His voice cracked. "My lord." Volt looked down at him. The serf forced the next words from his throat. "The text is burning." "It is paper," Volt said. "Paper burns. Faith does not." Across the basilica, reliquary skulls began to weep. Not blood, not oil. Ash. It poured from empty eye sockets in slow grey streams, spilling over plinths and armour stands, dusting the floor around the feet of the assembled Astartes. The skull of Captain Raymer, dead at the siege of Vorsk, cracked from temple to jaw. The preserved head of a traitor apostle burst into noiseless black dust inside its stasis reliquary. Servo skulls dipped and wavered in the air, chanting broken fragments of wrong prayers. The tech marine at the basilica's eastern gate stiffened. His vox grill clicked through binharic bursts, each sharper than the last. "Chapter Master," he said, The machine spirits of the navigation sanctum refuse final coordinate recital. Volt turned. Refuse. The word was colder than the void outside the hull. They accept Crow's World as target designation. They reject arrival confirmation. The primary cogitators state no arrival exists. A murmur passed through the human serfs. Not through the firehawks. Their discipline held. Pride held them in place, where fear would have moved lesser warriors. Chaplain Vere raised his Crozius. An omen is not an order. Only the Emperor orders. Only duty answers. Volt looked toward the vaulted ceiling, beyond it to the armored decks, beyond them to the warp engines waiting to tear reality open. Translation proceeds. The navigator's voice came over the sanctum vox. It belonged to Lord Helican Vross, a withered mutant aristocrat, chained in his own tower above the bridge, his third eye veiled behind blessed crystal. "My Lord Chapter Master," the navigator said, "the Empyrean is in disorder. I see a path, but it is lined with dead suns. I see Crow's World, but it is behind a veil of burning skulls. I advise delay." Denied. "My lord, there are shapes moving where no current should bear them. Then we shall pass through them. The warp does not yield to pride." Volt's eyes narrowed. Everything yields to sufficient force. The order was given. The Raptorus Rex translated. Reality opened before its prow in screaming color. The fortress monastery plunged into the warp, wrapped in the howling prayer of engines. Geller fields flaring around it in layers of sanctified denial. For several moments, all was as it should have been. The immaterium raged beyond the field. The ship endured. The chapter stood ready. The serfs worked their stations. The machine spirits growled and muttered, but obeyed. Then the warp storm struck. It did not arrive like weather. It arrived like an execution. The first blow tore the escort frigate's Spear of Vengeance in half. Its forward section vanished into a wall of impossible fire, while the rear spun away, venting men, machines, and atmosphere into unreality. Crewmen froze, burned, aged, and dissolved in the same heartbeat as the warp took them apart by contradictory laws. The second escort tried to correct course and became a spiral of screaming metal, folding inward until its engines burst through its own chapel deck. The Raptorus Rex shuddered. Every lumen aboard went black, then red, then black again. In the basilica, the floor twisted. Not physically, not at first. Sight betrayed itself before matter did. A corridor appeared where a wall had been. A door opened into a starless sky. A statue of the Emperor turned its blind stone face toward the gathered firehawks and wept molten lead. The great hawk of absolution swung on its chains, though no gravity had shifted, its ruby eyes now black pits drinking the emergency light. Joran was the first to die. The old serf opened his mouth to scream, and black fire poured out. His body arched backward. His spine snapped in 3 places with dry cracks. The ash from the burned rite book spiraled into his throat, packed his lungs, and burst from his eyes. He fell at Volt's feet, still clawing at the air. Then the other serfs began dying. Some were pulled through the floor by hands that were not attached to arms. Some turned inside out within their robes, organs spilling wetly across the deck, while their mouths continued to recite prayers. Some simply aged to dust, collapsing into stains and loose teeth. Others burst apart under pressure no eye could see, spraying blood and bone fragments over armor that had been polished for war. The firehawks did not panic. They reached for weapons. "Helms!" Volt commanded. 100 locks sealed, then hundreds more. The basilica filled with the hard click of warriors, becoming sealed instruments of war. The first demon entered through the western wall. It unfolded from the stone like a wound, learning to walk. Its limbs were too long, its skin the color of bruised wax, its face a shifting confusion of eyes and teeth. It shrieked with the voices of the dead serfs and lunged for the nearest scout squad. The neophytes fired as trained. Bolter rounds struck the thing and burst through it, splashing black ichor across the floor. It did not die. It split along each wound, becoming smaller versions of itself, each laughing in Joran's voice. The scouts drew blades. They died bravely. That mattered little. One was opened from shoulder to hip and dragged screaming into a wall that became flesh around him. Another had his helm filled with teeth from the inside. A third kept firing after losing both legs, roaring the Emperor's name until a demon hand punched through his faceplate and pulled his brain out in a steaming rope. Chaplain Vare charged. His Crozius came down in a blaze of consecrated force, smashing one demon into pulp and black sparks. Abhor the witch, abhor the mutant, abhor the demon. Firehawks, cleanse. The basilica became a slaughterhouse. The firehawks counterattacked with overwhelming fury. Bolters hammered, flamers roared, chainswords chewed through impossible flesh. Demons came through walls, ceilings, open mouths, cracked statues, pools of surf blood, and the shadows beneath ammunition carts. The Astartes killed them by the score. It did not stop the tide. Beyond the basilica, the fortress monastery rearranged itself. Squads sent to reinforce the bridge found themselves in the Apothecarian. Apothecaries running to the gene vault emerged inside the engine shrine. A squad moving down a straight corridor marched for what felt like minutes before seeing their own backs ahead of them. One Devastator squad fired through a doorway at demons in the launch bay, only for the shells to emerge from behind and detonate among their own ranks. The Geller field did not fail. That was the horror. It remained active, screaming in machine pain, while the warp poured through places that had never been doors. In the Apothecarian, Apothecary Geralt cut gene seed from a dead scout, while blood rained upward from the floor to the ceiling. His Narthesium clicked, drilled, extracted. His duty remained. A demon with the shape of a hooded child and the voice of a dying veteran watched him from the operating table. "Why preserve them?" it asked. "All seed rots in the garden beneath the throne." Geralt shot it through the head without looking up. "Gene seed is the chapter," he said. The corpse he worked upon opened its eyes. They burned black. Geralt hesitated. That hesitation killed him. The dead. Scout's ribcage opened like a trap and closed around the apothecary's arm. The bone saws of his own Narthesium turned against him. They cut through his elbow, then his throat, then his face, while the demon on the table laughed with three mouths. Geralt drowned in his own blood, but still managed to crush the progenoid vial in his remaining fist, rather than let corruption claim it. Elsewhere, captains died trying to restore order. The chain of command collapsed, not from cowardice, but from geography losing meaning. Orders arrived before they were given. Vox channels carried last words from warriors not yet dead. Entire companies became isolated in decks that no longer existed on the ship's plans. The Firehawks fought on, each pocket of resistance becoming its own little crusade, each corridor a crow's world they would never reach. Chapter Master Volt forced his way toward the Reclusiam with his honor guard. He killed everything in his path. A demon with a crown of fingers leapt at him, and he crushed its skull in his power fist until its eyes ran between his knuckles. A serpent made of parchment and severed tongues coiled around his sword arm, whispering absolution in the voices of dead chapter serfs. He tore it apart with his teeth and spat the burning scraps onto the deck. By the time he reached the Reclusiam, half his guard were dead. Chaplain Vare was already there. He stood before the altar of the Firehawk, surrounded by corpses, demon remains, and burning banners. His armor was cracked. One lens of his skull helm was broken, revealing a corpse-bright eye behind it. In one hand he held his Crozius, in the other a Prometheum torch. Before him stood surviving Firehawks from scattered companies, their armor scorched, bloodied, dented, and smeared with the filth of the warp. Some had lost helms, some had exposed bone, some carried weapons with empty magazines and no hope of resupply. yet none knelt, none begged. Volt entered through a curtain of ash. "Chaplain," he said. Ver turned. "My lord, we are dead." Several warriors looked at him. None protested. Volt stared at the skull-faced priest. "Explain." "The warp has taken the Raptorus Rex. The fleet is gone. The Geller field screams but does not protect. The dead speak in our vox. Our heraldry burns black without flame. Our path to Crow's world is severed. The Emperor has not delivered us from death." Volt raised his blade. "Then we cut our way back to duty." "No," Ver said. The word struck the chamber harder than any shell. Volt's honor guard shifted. Weapons rose slightly. Chaplain Ver did not lower his torch. "There is no back," he said. "There is only through. The hawk was our sign in life. It has burned in death. If we cling to what we were, the warp will wear our colors as a jest. Burn the markings, burn the names, burn the pride. If we are already dead, then we shall become death in the Emperor's name." Volt was silent. The reclusium shook. Somewhere far away, a reactor screamed like a man beneath knives. A veteran sergeant stepped forward first. His armor still bore the proud flame and white hawk upon the pauldron. He took the torch from Ver and pressed it to the icon. Paint blackened, lacquer bubbled. The hawk vanished beneath soot. One by one, the survivors followed. They burned away their chapter markings. They scorched heraldry from pauldrons. They seared names from greaves. They held their own armor under flame until red and white became black, until gold became tarnished, until purity seals curled and became ash, but did not fall away. Volt watched. Then he took the torch. He pressed it to the burning mantle across his own chest. The firehawk died there. Something else began. The demons came again before the rite was complete. The reclusium doors burst inward under a tide of claws, horns, brass masks, and shrieking flesh. The firehawks turned as one. Their armor was black now, not by paint, but by cremation. Their eye lenses burned with a pale inner fire. Not the red of targeters, not the gold of sanctity. Corpse light, grave light. Volt raised his bolter. Its ammunition counter read empty. He fired anyway. The weapon spoke. A round of black flame screamed from the barrel and punched through the nearest demon. The creature did not merely die. It was erased in a burst of ash. Its scream cut short, as though a page had been torn from existence. Across the reclusium, empty bolters began firing. No magazines fed them. No shells ejected. No machine spirit should have allowed discharge. Yet the weapons roared, each shot a burning judgment, each impact reducing warp flesh to drifting soot. Chainswords without fuel spun with teeth of ghost fire. Broken blades burned whole again in hands whose skin was beginning to rot beneath gauntlets. Wounds stopped bleeding and began smoking. Flesh grayed, lips split, eyes burned brighter. The demons recoiled. For the first time since the storm struck, the Neverborn feared what stood before them. Ver laughed then, a sound like a funeral bell breaking. "Behold," he roared, "the Emperor has not spared us. He has spent us." The firehawks advanced into the storm within their own ship. They killed through decks that became jungles of bone. They crossed engine shrines flooded with black water in which dead brothers floated face down and whispered tactical corrections. They fought past the bridge, where the navigator had become a column of crystal and screaming nerves, his third eye still open, still staring at a route no mortal mind could survive. They entered the warp, not by translation chamber or breach, but by marching through a corridor that stretched until metal became night. There, inside the wound, they saw him. A colossal figure hung in chains of psychic iron. He was vast beyond proportion, not because his body was larger than a Primarch's should be, but because memory made him heavier than worlds. Black warplate clung to him in broken plates. His hands were living metal, dull and furious beneath layers of spectral ash. His head was gone. The wound above his gorget burned with the absence of a scream never released. Chains ran through his wrists, chest, spine, and soul, each link inscribed with names of the dead, each one glowing with the cold light of terror's distant command. Ferrus Manus, dead, raging, unfinished. The Firehawks did not kneel. They tried to hold formation. Pride demanded it. Discipline demanded it. Astartes' dignity demanded that even before a dead Primarch, they remain warriors and not worshippers. It did not matter. They were dragged toward him. Their boots scraped across the impossible ground. Their blackened armor shrieked as if pulled by a magnet buried in creation's heart. Weapons tore from maglocks. Chains snapped from belts. Broken bones ground inside sealed plate. One warrior drove his sword into the ground to halt himself, and the blade bent toward Ferrus. Another fired his bolter at the chains, each ghost round vanishing before it struck, swallowed by the gravity of the dead son of the Emperor. Volt fought the pull longer than any of them. He planted his power fist into the ground and roared through his vox. "We are the Firehawks. We kneel only to the Emperor." The storm answered with 1,000 dead voices. "You are not the Firehawks." Chaplain Vere was dragged past him, laughing and praying at once. "We are spent," the chaplain said. "We are spent. We are spent." Volt's fist tore free. He was pulled forward with his sons into the orbit of the chained giant, not at Ferrus's feet, not in submission, around him, like fragments of iron around a core, like blades drawn to a forge, like the dead finding the shape of a weapon they had always been meant to become. The chains trembled. For 10,000 years, Ferrus Manus had not spoken. For 10,000 years, rage had turned in the dark without a mouth. For 10,000 years, the Emperor's silence had held him like a command that would not end. Now the blackened suns of the lost chapter burned around him. Their heraldry was ash. Their flesh was dying. Their souls were caught between duty and oblivion. The dead Primarch opened unseen eyes. Every demon in the storm went silent. The words did not pass through air. They struck armor, bone, gene seed, and the remnants of pride. They broke what was left of the Firehawks and hammered the pieces into something colder. You are not saved. You are reforged. There are wars the Imperium remembers with marble, incense, and lies. There are wars it remembers with casualty rolls too long for any mortal tongue, carved into black stone and sealed beneath cathedral floors where pilgrims may kneel without knowing the names below their knees. And there are wars it does not remember at all, because remembrance would be a second defeat. The war beneath terror was one of those. It had no saints in stained glass, no victory banners, no triumphal arches, no remembrancer's verse preserved in the scolums of obedient children. It lived only in forbidden fragments, in the sealed testimony of those few who endured it, in the fractured machine dreams of dead Mechanicum engines, and in the nightmares of warriors whose minds had been too disciplined to break and too honest to forget. The webway did not burn like a city. It burned like a wound in the idea of travel. Its avenues had been built by minds that had never known the shape of human limitation. They arched through impossible dimensions, vast and luminous, their surfaces neither stone nor glass nor bone, though they mocked all three. Towers hung inverted over roads that curved through nothingness. Bridges crossed abysses, where stars drowned silently beneath translucent floors. Gates opened into distances that should have taken centuries to cross, and through those gates came howling the damned. The impossible city had become a slaughterhouse. Custodians fought there in auramite plate, dulled by soot and demon ichor. Their guardian spears rose and fell with perfect economy, each stroke severing a limb, a throat, a spine, a warp-born shape that forgot its own name as it died. Beside them marched the silent remnants of the Sisters of Silence, their null auras cutting holes in the Neverborn's shrieking joy. Mechanicum automata stalked through the luminous avenues on iron legs, weapons screaming heat, their cortexes burning out one by one as demonic thought gnawed through logic and Binharic prayer. Behind them, deeper than any gate and higher than any mortal throne, the Emperor sat. Not as men imagined him. There was no golden light here fit for chapel walls, no gentle radiance, no fatherly hand extended in mercy. Beneath the imperial palace, in the hidden war before the final enthronement of eternity, he was a son chained to a corpse of ambition not yet fully dead. His psychic might poured into the broken human section of the webway and held back infinity by will alone. Every moment cost him. Every breath of his concentration was a battle. Every thought was a weapon. He did not speak. He did not need to. His silence had weight. It pressed upon custodian minds like a mountain of command. It moved through wards, conduits, broken gates, and the souls of men with the force of a star deciding what must die. Where demons surged in tides, his will met them. Where reality frayed, his wrath stitched it shut with fire. Where hope failed, he did not restore it. He replaced it with obedience. Tribune Acastian Valderax stood upon the shattered causeway of Calistar's outer approach and watched the impossible die by inches. He had fought for hours, perhaps days. Time in the webway had become unreliable, a treacherous servant whispering several answers to the same question. His spear was hot in his gauntlets. Its blade wept pale flame. His cloak had been torn away. One pauldron bore the claw marks of a demon that had spoken with the voice of a dead thunder warrior before a Castian had cut its head from its shoulders and crushed the head beneath his boot until its teeth became powder. Around him, his shield company was dying with precision. Custodian Terebron took a hook of living shadow through the abdomen, pinned the demon that cast it with his spear, and detonated the weapon's underslung bolter into the creature's face until the shadow released him. He did not cry out as his organs spilled against the inside of his armor. He reported his wound, stepped into the gap, and killed 6 more things before a brass-skinned horror tore his helm away and drank the life from his skull through his eyes. Custodian Mathon lost an arm at the elbow to a blade made from the concept of betrayal. He caught the severed limb before it fell, tore his own guardian spear from its dead fingers, and continued fighting one-handed. He died standing, buried beneath demons whose bodies melted into black sludge around his feet. No one retreated. Retreat had meaning only where there was somewhere to retreat to. Acastian voxed the command nexus. Outer approach compromised, enemy density increasing. Request reinforcement or sanction to collapse the span. Static answered first. Beneath it came screams from another front, then Binharic prayer, then the voice of a Legio Cybernetica Magos reciting damage assessments while something wet chewed through his throat. At last, another custodian answered. Negative reinforcement. Hold. Acastian looked over the causeway. The demonic host was coming again. It filled the avenue from edge to edge, a writhing congregation of claws, masks, wings, horns, flayed hides, exposed muscle, brass hooves, eyes like burning coins, and mouths that sang blasphemies in the voices of murdered children, dead kings, and forgotten priests. Some crawled upside down along the air. Some walked backward through their own wounds. Some were too large for the avenue, but forced themselves forward regardless, tearing pieces from their own bodies to fit through the narrowing path. Acastian lowered his spear. By his will, he said. The custodians beside him answered without fervor. By his will. The host struck. For several heartbeats, the golden line held. Guardian spears punched through chests and skulls. Power blades carved burning arcs through warped flesh. Bolter fire detonated inside bodies that burst into swarms of teeth before dissolving. The custodians killed with art stripped of vanity. They did not roar. They did not curse. They did not plead for divine witness. Each movement was a theorem of violence. Then the line buckled. A demon as tall as a dreadnought crashed into the center, its body made of blackened armor plates fused to meat, its hands ending in hooks and furnace claws. It seized a custodian by the helm and squeezed. Auramite cracked. The warrior's skull collapsed inside the helmet with a sound like a fruit beneath a tank tread. The demon hurled the corpse into another defender and opened its furnace mouth to scream. Before a Castian could reach it, the world turned white. Not light. Memory. It came from behind him, from beyond him, from the throne, and the will chained to it. The Emperor's psychic radiance surged through the webway, but what it carried was not merely power. It carried grief refined until grief became ammunition. It carried wrath stripped of human heat and made pure enough to burn gods. It carried dead names. The demonic host recoiled. Shapes formed in the radiance. At first they were only shadows within fire. Warriors, giants, broken helms, shattered breastplates, bolters gripped in hands that had no living flesh. Some wore the outline of Legiones Astartes plate from the Great Crusade. Some flickered with the heraldry of chapters not yet founded and chapters already doomed. They appeared not whole, not stable, but as fragments of service ripped from the grave and hurled into war. Dead loyalty, given motion. A Castian stared, despite himself. One of the shapes raised a bolter wreathed in black flame. It fired. The round struck a demon of many limbs and burned it from the inside outward, leaving behind an iron statue of its final agony. Another spectral warrior took a spear through the chest, ignored it, and crushed the demon holding the weapon in a gauntlet of corpse fire. A third was barely more than bones inside black armor, yet it walked through witch flame and tore the tongue from a chanting horror before vanishing in smoke. Then came the giant. He did not stride from the Emperor's radiance. He was hammered out of it. A figure immense and brutal took shape amid the white fire, black warplate forming piece by piece over a body that was not flesh, not spirit, not machine, but psychic imprint forced into the shape of wrath. His hands shone like living metal, silver, merciless, familiar to any who had studied the roles of the Emperor's sons. His head was gone, yet the absence above his gorget was more terrible than any face could have been. Black fire burned there, crownless and hungry. A Castian felt the name before he allowed himself to think it. Ferrus Manus. A dead Primarch stood in the webway, or something wearing the wound he had left in history. The apparition moved. It tore through the demon host with no speech, no battle cry, no sign of recognition for those who fought in the Emperor's name. Its iron hands seized the furnace-mouthed demon that had broken the line. The thing shrieked and drove its hooks into the giant's chest. Ferrus, or the Emperor's wrath in Ferrus's shape, ignored the wounds and pulled. The demon split from groin to throat. Its innards spilled out as burning chains, screaming faces, and boiling tar. The giant crushed the pieces in both hands, and where his fingers closed, warp flesh, hardened into black iron, and shattered. The custodians rallied, but the apparition did not fight with them. It fought through them. A wounded Scitarius cohort stumbled into its path, their limbs mangled, their weapons still firing. They were loyal. They were functional. They were also in the way. The giant swung one iron arm, not in malice, not in rage, but in dismissal. 3 Scitari vanished beneath the blow, bodies breaking apart in sprays of augmetic shards and meat. Another loyal warrior was thrown from the causeway into the abyss, still transmitting praise to the Omnissiah as he fell. A Castian moved to intercept. "Hold your path, apparition." The headless giant did not turn. It advanced upon a knot of demons surrounding a collapsing gate. Between it and them stood 2 wounded custodians, dragging a third whose legs had been bitten away. They were attempting to fall back to a stronger position. The apparition's root would crush them. A Castian leapt. His guardian spear crossed before the giant's chest, its blade flaring gold. By order of the 10,000, hold. Ferrus stopped. For one breath, the impossible city became still around them. Demons burned. Spectral warriors flickered. Dead men fought. The Emperor's silence pressed down harder than gravity. The headless apparition faced a Castian without eyes. The custodian tribune had stood before Primarchs in life. He knew the shape of their presence, the distortion they made in the hearts of lesser beings. This was not that. This was colder, harsher. A weapon made from the memory of a son, sharpened by a father who could no longer afford grief as anything except force. "You obstruct the kill," the apparition said. The voice was not carried by air. It entered a Castian's skull, like a hammer entering a skull. "Those warriors serve the throne," a Castian replied. "They are spent. They still live. Irrelevant." A Castian tightened his grip. "Are you Ferrus Manus?" The black flame above the gorget flared. For an instant, within it, a Castian saw images. Medusa beneath a sky of iron-grey storms. Ice vaults where clan warriors bled into snow and rose stronger or did not rise. A silver serpent of living metal coiled around a mountain cavern, its body crushed in the hands of a young giant whose rage had not yet been given a legion. The Emperor standing upon Medusan stone, golden and terrible, facing his found son in a duel that broke the ground beneath them. A handshake that was also conquest. Laughter like grinding metal, rare and real. Fulgrim's face before corruption, Fulgrim's blade after it. The Urgal depression, Gabriel Santar dying, Morlocks buried under traitor Ceramite, a head falling through ash. A Castian saw the ex-legion's soul crack. He saw shame become doctrine. He saw iron hands reaching from death and finding only failure. Then the vision ended. The apparition leaned closer. "I am what remains useful." A Castian understood then, or believed he did, which in war was often the same poison by another name. This was not resurrection. No soul restored to flesh. No brother returned from the dead by miracle fit for ecclesiarchal hymn. The Emperor had taken the psychic scar of his murdered son, the memory of Ferrus Manus, the wrath of Istvan, the guilt of a shattered legion, and the refusal of dead Astartes to cease serving. He had bound all of it into a blade. Whether Ferrus lived within it was a question for philosophers. The webway needed killers, not philosophers. The wounded custodians behind a Castian dragged their brother clear. A Castian lowered his spear. "Then be useful." The apparition passed him without another word. It reached the collapsing gate as the demons tried to force it open from the far side. Their claws had already pierced the threshold. Their laughter spilled through with the stink of old graves and butchered worlds. The spectral Astartes gathered around the giant, more numerous now, black-armored fragments coalescing in the Emperor's radiance. They were not yet an army. They were a pattern, a possible answer, a promise made from dead hands. They fired into the gate. Black flame joined golden light. Demons screamed as their bodies hardened, froze, and became iron statues locked in poses of agony. The giant walked among them, crushing each statue with his fists, breaking them into shards that bled sparks instead of blood. A demon prince forced itself halfway through the gate, crowned in antlers and chains, its wings made from stitched human faces. It spoke a name in the dark tongue that made the air curdle and the floor crack. The apparition struck it before the second syllable. One iron hand caught the demon prince by the jaw. The other drove through its ribcage and closed around something that was not a heart, but served the same cowardly purpose. The giant pulled the creature apart slowly, not because cruelty pleased him, but because the method ensured destruction. The demon's wings thrashed, faces screamed, black blood poured over the luminous floor. The apparition tore the thing's core free and crushed it until its essence ignited. The gate sealed under a crust of black iron. Across the causeway, the living watched the dead hold the line. A Castian heard the Emperor then, not in words, never in words. The command arrived as psychic pressure, absolute and horrific. It did not ask consent of the dead. It did not offer rest. It did not comfort the living. It named only function. The living were failing. The dead had not yet been fully spent. Therefore the dead would serve. A lesser mind would have called it monstrous. Acastian was not lesser. He knew necessity when it wore a crown. The spectral warriors burned brighter. Some saluted the throne, though no throne could be seen. Some turned their helms toward the headless giant. Some simply raised weapons and waited for the next target. Their forms were unstable, flickering between armor marks, heraldry, chapters, legions, centuries. Here a firehawk before the name had been lost. There an ultramarine whose death had not yet occurred. There a warrior in ancient black plate bearing no symbol, but a hand burned white by flame. The apparition stood at their center. For a moment, Acastian thought it would look back toward the palace, toward the master of mankind, toward the father whose silence had become its chain. It did not. A new breach opened beyond the avenue. Demons poured through, more numerous than before. The giant lifted its iron hands. The spectral warriors advanced. Together they struck the breach like a verdict. The slaughter that followed was not glorious. Glory required witnesses capable of lying beautifully afterward. This was work. Butchery as arithmetic. Demons were seized, broken, petrified, crushed, burned into black sculptures, then shattered beneath marching boots. Loyal wounded caught in the advance were trampled if they could not move. Servitors sparked and burst beneath spectral greaves. A mechanicum priest, crawling with half his body missing, raised one hand in supplication to the Emperor's light, only to be obliterated when the apparition hurled a demon's iron corpse through him to kill the three horrors beyond. Mercy was irrelevant to function. Acastian watched and understood why the Imperium would never tell this story. Men could endure a cruel enemy. They could even worship a cruel god, if the cruelty was wrapped in enough incense and gold. But to know the Emperor's own wrath could spend loyal souls with the same indifference as ammunition was a truth too heavy for most mortal spines. The breach died. The avenue was silent, except for the crack of cooling iron and the wet sounds of wounded warriors trying not to drown in their own blood. The apparition began to fade. Black fire drew inward. The spectral Astartes dissolved one by one, leaving scorch marks in the shapes of boots, gauntlets, and kneeling dead. The headless giant remained longest. Its iron hands were the last part of it to dim. Acastian stepped forward. "Ferrus Manus," he said, not as a question this time. The apparition paused. The custodian tribune did not know whether it heard him. He did not know whether the dead Primarch's soul raged within that shape, or whether the Emperor's grief had simply learned to stand upright and kill. He did not know which answer was worse. The giant vanished. Where it had stood, the demons it had slain remained as iron statues, fused into the floor of the impossible city. Their faces were frozen in terror. Their claws reached for lives they would never touch. Their mouths gaped around screams that had become metal. Acastian turned to his surviving warriors. Several were staring at the place where the apparition had been. Custodians did not show fear, as men understood fear, but they could recognize magnitude. They could recognize implication. They could recognize that something had been born beneath terror, which should never be named beneath the open sky. Acastian opened his mouth to issue orders. Pain struck first, not physical, not psychic attack, a brand. The phrase burned itself into his mind with such force that he fell to one knee before he could stop himself. Around him, every surviving custodian stiffened. A wounded tech priest screamed in Binharic and tore out his own vocal augmetics. A Skitarius, whose face had been removed by shrapnel, raised his head as if listening to a distant forge bell. The words remained, not spoken aloud, not written in flame, branded behind the eyes of every survivor. Weakness will be answered. Vorak Karan did not kneel when the dead came to war. Around him, men of the Imperial Guard fell to their knees in the corpse mud, pressing bloodied hands together, sobbing prayers through cracked lips, as black fire crawled across the killing field. Some lowered their weapons, some whispered that the Emperor had answered, some wept with such relief that they did not see the next shell fall among them and burst their bodies into steam, red mist, and scraps of uniform. Faith made them slow, fear made them useless. Charon watched the Legion of the Damned through the targeting lenses of his augmetic eye and felt no awe. Awe was a chemical failure. Wonder was the flesh attempting to worship what logic had not yet classified. The black-armored apparitions advancing through the smoke were not saints. They were not angels. They were not proof of divine intervention. They were anomalies, warp-contaminated, psychic, possibly demonic, possibly Xenos-derived, possibly some unrecorded manifestation of human death cult metaphysics, given battlefield coherence through mass trauma. Uncertainty irritated him more than the screams. His helm display crawled with failed identifications. No heat signatures consistent with living Astartes, no heartbeats, no respiration, no transponder codes, no heraldic confirmation. Armor marks flickered between ancient and impossible. Weapons registered as bolters, then relic pattern bolters, then unknown energetic conduits, then nothing. The Auspex tried to assign them mass and failed. It tried to assign them allegiance and returned corrupted Binharic. It tried to determine threat level and produced a black rune that burned itself into static. Charon Blink clicked the rune away. It returned. He voxed Clan Raukan on a sealed channel. All units, maintain formation. Do not approach the black-armored entities. Do not address them. Do not offer reverence. Do not integrate them into firing solutions unless they obstruct tactical priority. They are unclassified phenomena until proven otherwise. Sergeant Deimos answered first. Acknowledged, Iron Father. A heavier voice followed, slow and grated through the sarcophagus vox of a Contemptor dreadnought. They are dead warriors. Charon turned his helm toward the ancient walker striding behind the line. Venerable Orthram had been interred before Charon's flesh had first known air. His sarcophagus bore honor scars from wars whose records had been devoured by time, and one of his arms ended in a multi-melter, still glowing from the death of a traitor tank. Observation without classification is superstition, Charon said. Orthram's answer came after a long machine breath. They fight the enemy. For now. The dreadnought laughed. It sounded like rocks grinding inside a coffin. Cold little son, even after all your cuttings, you still fear what you cannot name. I fear nothing. Then why does your voice sharpen? Charon did not answer. He marked 3 advancing enemy armor clusters and sent target priority to the Devastator squads. The Iron Hands resumed fire. The western approach to Forge Temple Dominus had become a trench of ground bodies and molten metal. Lehman Russ wrecks burned beside corrupted battle tanks. Half-melted servitors twitched in puddles of grease and blood. Guardsmen crouched behind shattered plasteel barricades, faces grey beneath ash, firing laser guns until power packs died in their hands. Those without ammunition used bayonets, entrenching tools, broken pipes, or their bare fingers against the cultist tide. They died regardless. The cult armies of Carthax Septimus were not an army in any sane doctrinal sense. They were a flood of diseased obedience. Billions had come down from troop hulks, slave barges, corrupted landers, and the bellies of ships that should have been destroyed centuries before. They moved across the Forge world in continent-wide waves, their bodies marked with brands, flayed prayers, metal hooks, and the excess sigils of their masters. Some wore imperial uniforms turned inside out. Some had nails driven through their skulls and did not seem to notice. Some had no weapons except teeth sharpened on factory stone. They came laughing, crying, chanting, vomiting blood, and singing hymns to gods that deserved no names. Behind them marched the disciplined horror of the Emperor's children. They were fewer, but worse. Tall in Baroque power armor lacquered in purple, ivory, gold, and obscene crimson, They advanced like aristocrats through an execution yard. Their sonic weapons tore apart bastion walls by resonance. Their blades were too clean for the filth around them. Their helms were sculpted into cruel masks of perfect disdain. Their lord appeared upon every imperial vox channel at once. The static cleared with theatrical elegance. A male voice spoke, smooth as poison poured into a silver cup. Defenders of Carthax Septimus, sons of failed terror, sons of dead iron, how magnificently you disappoint. Karen halted with one boot planted upon the chest of a dying cult officer. The man beneath him clawed weakly at his greave, ribs already broken inward, breath bubbling pink through a split mouth. The voice continued, I am Viel Sorinth, perfected blade of the 3rd Legion's memory, disciple of Lord Eidolon's immortal contempt, inheritor of the harmonies that made kings burst and angels weep. I have come for the vaults beneath your forged temple. I have come for the gene relics of the Iron Hands. I have come to grind Ferrus Manus's legacy into powder fine enough to season my wine. A ripple of degraded laughter moved across the channel. Karen opened a response link. This is Iron Father Vorak Karan of Clan Raukan. Your stated objective is denied. A pause followed. Then Sorinth laughed softly. How very Medusan. No outrage, no poetry, no noble wound laid bare, merely denial, like a cog refusing to accept rust. Tell me, little Iron Priest, do you still dream of your father's head rolling in the dust? Several iron hands shifted. Damos's bolter angled toward the enemy line, though Sorinth was nowhere in sight. Karen's voice remained flat. Your attempt at psychological disruption is inefficient. Is it? Your pulse increased. My flesh is not consulted. Ah, there it is. The old sickness. You carve yourselves down, replace nerve with wire, grief with doctrine, shame with steel, and still the wound speaks. I wonder, when I open your gene vaults, will I find relics of your father? A finger bone, a drop of blood, a preserved scrap from the slaughter of Istvan. I shall make music from it. Karen crushed the cult officer beneath his boot. The ribcage gave way. The body went still. You will not reach the vault. My dear Iron Father, I am already beneath your skin. The channel cut out, leaving only the distant thunder of guns. A command rune blinked red in Karen's display. General Tiber Hest of Carthax High Command demanded access. Karen allowed it. The mortal commander's voice arrived ragged with exhaustion. Iron Father, enemy mass has broken through the southern Hab continents. Refuge columns are being overrun. We have billions still moving toward the inner cordons. I need armored support. Even a single Astartes strike force could reopen the causeway to Bastion Orpheus. No. My lord, they are imperial citizens. They are dead weight unless they can fight, manufacture, repair, or obstruct the enemy. There was a moment of silence, broken only by artillery impacts and the wet cough of wounded men. Hest spoke again, quieter. They are men of the Imperium. So are the defenders of the Forge Temple. One group protects strategic assets, the other consumes them. We are drowning here. Then die in a position that slows the enemy. The mortal commander inhaled sharply. Karen heard hatred enter the breath. Hatred was acceptable, more useful than pleading. Throne curse you, Astartes. The throne has more relevant concerns. Hold your line or abandon it. Clan Raukan will not divert. Karen severed the link. Damos looked at him. The general will break. Then he was already fractured. The damned advanced past the Iron Hands without a word. They came through macro cannon fire, as if the shells were rain falling on gravestones. A battery of traitor artillery, squatting upon the ridge beyond the killing field, turned its entire fury upon them. Shells the size of Hab modules fell in screaming arcs and burst among the black armored warriors. The explosions turned the ground into boiling craters. They hurled corpses skyward. They liquefied trenches. Mortal men vanished in red vapor. Enemy tanks flipped over and burned. The damned walked out of the blasts untouched. Their armor burned with skeletal flames, not around them, but through them, as if bones made of fire stood inside each suit of plate. Their eye lenses shone like furnace coals seen through a tomb door. They fired in silence. Every bolter discharge was a funeral bell without sound. Where their rounds struck, cultists became black ash around glowing skeletons. Traitor marines staggered and clawed at their armor as flames erupted from within, pouring from joints, helm grills, and eye lenses. One Emperor's Children champion tried to sing a killing note, but a damned legionary shot him once through the mouth. His head burned from the inside until his skull split open and sprayed molten teeth across his breastplate. Karen watched the phenomena with mounting disgust. Not fear, not reverence, disgust. War had laws, not moral laws. Those were for priests, poets, and other inefficient parasites. War had physical laws. Ammunition depleted, armor degraded, flesh failed, machines overheated, lines collapsed under pressure. Victory was achieved through force allocation, logistics, and the precise destruction of enemy capacity. The damned violated all of it. They did not reload. They did not answer Vox. They did not suffer impact trauma. They did not generate usable heat. They moved with purpose, but no visible command structure. They fought as if directed by something larger than battlefield cognition. That made them dangerous. Anything that existed outside classification could not be trusted. A traitor knight emerged from the smoke before he could order a withdrawal to higher ground. It came striding over the wreckage of the outer manufactorum gate, a towering war engine daubed in purple and black, its armor plates alive with crawling faces pressed outward from within. Chains hung from its carapace, each link threaded through a dead man's ribcage. Its Reaper chainsword revved with a howl that set Karen's teeth aching in his skull. Its battle cannon tracked left and fired, obliterating a guard bunker in a flash of orange light. Men, sandbags, rockcrete, and bone fragments fountained upward and rained down wetly. The knight's vox shrieked in Sorinth's voice, amplified and distorted. "Behold, Iron Father, even your machines can learn ecstasy." Karen marked the knight. "All heavy weapons, target knee actuators. Dreadnought Orthram, prepare melter strike. Tactical squads, disperse." The iron hands obeyed instantly. Lascannons stabbed. Plasma coils screamed. Missiles struck the knight's ion shield and burst into harmless light. Orthram lumbered forward, multi-melter roaring, but the knight pivoted faster than a machine of its size had any right to move. Its Reaper chainsword came down. Orthram raised his dreadnought fist. The blow took his arm off at the elbow joint and carved down through his left torso plating. Sarcophagus fluid sprayed in a glittering arc. The ancient warrior bellowed, not in pain, but outrage. "Still functional," Orthram growled. "Fall back," Karen ordered. "Denied." The dreadnought fired again. The melter beam scorched a glowing wound across the knight's shin, but failed to cripple it. The knight raised its chainsword for the killing blow. Black fire gathered beneath its feet. The damned had reached it. They did not swarm. They did not climb like desperate infantry. They simply appeared around the god engine's ankles and fired upward. Black flame rounds punched into armor seams. The knight stumbled, its machine spirit screaming through corrupted Vox speakers. The cockpit canopy glowed from within as the pilot screamed hymns to excess and pain. Then the headless giant walked from the smoke. Karen's helm display failed completely. No height, no mass, no armor pattern, no threat rune. Only black static. The giant strode with the directness of a war engine and the silence of an executioner. He wore dark warplate that seemed both ancient and newly forged from shadow. Fire ran along his gorget, where no head rose above it. His iron hands burned brighter than the damned around him, silver metal wrapped in black and white flame. In one fist, he carried the hammer Karen had seen raised at the edge of the battlefield, its head blazing with a furnace light that made the air bend. The traitor knight turned, Its chainsword descended with enough force to split a bunker. The giant caught it in one hand. The impact drove him half a pace into the mud. The ground cracked beneath his boots. The reaper blade screamed against his burning iron fingers, teeth snapping, chain links exploding, sparks flying in a storm around him. He held it, not with strain, not with effort, with contempt. Then his other hand punched through the knight's thigh armor. He tore upward. Metal peeled back in sheets. Bundles of cable snapped like tendons. Hydraulic fluid poured like blood. The knight staggered, its war horn vomiting a tortured bellow. The giant wrenched the reaper chainsword aside and shattered it at the hilt with a blow from his hammer. The traitor machine tried to step back. The giant did not allow it. He leapt, impossibly heavy, impossibly fast, slamming into the knight's torso. His iron fingers punched into the cockpit plating. The pilot inside screamed through the external vox, a thin, ecstatic, terrified sound. Karen saw the cockpit tear open. The giant reached inside. What he pulled out had once been a man. Now it was a pale, wet thing wired into a throne of nerve plugs, gold hooks, and sensation needles. Its limbs were atrophied. Its face was stretched into a permanent grin by surgical clamps. It wore scraps of noble finery over skin marked with Emperor's Children script. The giant closed his fist. The pilot burst. Blood, bone, brain matter, and augmetic fragments splashed across the ruined cockpit. The knight went limp. Its reactor screamed. The giant drove his hammer through the exposed command cradle and down into the heart of the war machine. The explosion swallowed him. For a moment, the battlefield became white fire. When the glare faded, the knight was a kneeling wreck, its upper body split open like a butchered animal. The giant stood inside the ruin, black flames licking across his armor, iron hands dripping molten metal and cooked flesh. Karen did not speak. He could not classify what he saw, and the failure enraged him. His remaining organic eye focused where the augmetic could not. The posture, the brutal economy of motion, the lack of ornament, the refusal to waste force where direct application would suffice. The hammer held not as a duelist's weapon, but as an industrial verdict. The iron hands, the impossible authority that made even the damned appear as lesser fragments around a central wound. Echoes rose unbidden from sealed hypno-indoctrination vaults within Karen's memory. Medusa, the Gorgon, the father of the 10th Legion. He crushed the thought before it could become a name. Names had power. Names invited reverence. Reverence invited blindness. Blindness had killed legions. Deimos voxed him privately. His voice carried something dangerously close to awe. Iron Father, is it? Silence. But the war gear, the hands, the hammer doctrine. Coincidence of manifestation. Coincidence does not tear a knight apart with its bare hands. Karen turned on him. You will not speak conjecture into a battle net. You will not poison this clan with corpse worship. You will identify target priorities and kill them. That is your function. Deimos bowed his helm. Acknowledged. The headless giant stepped down from the knight's carcass. Across the field, the Emperor's Children line had faltered. Not broken. Never that. Not while pride and madness could hold flesh upright. But for the first time, the aristocratic killers of the 3rd Legion hesitated. Their cultist masses continued forward, because they lacked the sense to do otherwise. They were cut down by the damned in silent rows, each volley harvesting hundreds, then thousands, then more, until the ground before the Forge Temple steamed with ash and liquefied meat. Vile Sorinth returned to the Vox. His voice no longer laughed. "Oh," he said softly, "how exquisite." Karen opened the channel but did not answer. Sorinth breathed in as if scenting perfume. "I know that shape. I know that fury. I know that wound. Does he wear your father's silence, Iron Hand? Does he come to scold his little amputees for living badly in the shadow of his magnificent failure?" Karen's jaw tightened. Metal teeth clicked against flesh. "Your location has been triangulated." "Good. Come then. Bring your dead god. Bring your shame. Bring every little blade you have used to cut yourselves into something you mistook for strength. I will make a choir of your screams and play it beneath the vault where Ferrus's sons kept their bones. Karen sent the triangulation data to Artillery Command. Fire mission, saturation pattern, no correction required. General Hest answered, voice broken by static and distant detonations. That sector contains retreating guard elements. Correction remains unnecessary. The guns of Forge Temple Dominus fired. The horizon erupted. Entire districts vanished beneath overlapping blasts.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Friend, foe, wounded, fleeing, praying, screaming, all reduced to flame, pressure, meat dust, and falling masonry. Karen watched the bombardment without expression. Sorinth's signal vanished beneath the fire. Effect unknown, Damas reported. All effects are temporary until confirmed, Karen said. Advance to secondary barricade. He took one step. Then the headless giant turned. The movement stopped every iron hand who saw it. The damned continued killing. The guard continued dying. The cultists continued pouring forward into annihilation. But Clan Raukan stood locked in the mud and ash as the burning giant faced them across a field of corpses. Karen felt the stare, though there was no face to deliver it. The black fire above the giant's gorget bent toward him. His iron hands glowed with furnace light. His hammer hung at his side, still dripping the molten remains of the knight's heart. Slowly, the giant raised one burning hand. He pointed at the iron hands, not at the enemy, not at the Forge Temple, at them. The gesture was not command, it was accusation. Karen's flesh heart beat once, hard enough to hurt. Behind him, venerable Orthram whispered through his ruined sarcophagus vox, the ancient voice stripped of mockery at last. Little son, the dreadnought said, the dead have heard us. The manufactorum had been emptied of life with the precision of a theorem. Vorak Karen entered through a breach blown in the eastern wall, stepping over a mound of collapsed brick, broken adamantium struts, and bodies stacked so neatly that his first instinct was to search for a Mechanicus sorting right. The place had once been a macro-press cathedral, a kilometre-long hall of piston shrines, conveyor aisles, hanging chains, assembly altars, and furnace mouths large enough to swallow battle tanks whole. Now its roof gaped open to the poisoned sky. Ash fell through the wound in the ceiling like dirty snow. Firelight pulsed from distant bombardments, turning the air red, then black, then red again. The damned had passed through here. No living warrior could have made such silence afterward. Thousands of traitor corpses lay arranged across the manufactorum floor in interlocking lines and arcs. They were not piled randomly. They were not left where they had fallen. Their bodies formed firing lanes, vectors, kill zones, angles of denial, concentric rings around every entrance, every gantry, every furnace access tunnel. Cultists were laid in rows with their skulls facing outward. Traitor Skitari had been pinned upright to support pillars with their own galvanic rifles. Emperor's children warriors lay at the center of each formation, armor split open, organs burned black inside ceramite shells, their helms placed upon their chests like offerings to a butcher's god. Karen crouched beside the nearest corpse, a male cult officer, neck broken, sternum caved inward, limbs repositioned after death. The body's entrails had been drawn out and stretched into a straight line, pointing toward the southern exit. Sergeant Deimos stopped behind him, bolter raised. "Warning marker," Deimos said. Karen's augmetic eye clicked and refocused. "Or bait. Who sets bait after killing everything in the chamber? Something that wishes to observe the reaction." Venerable Orthram waited outside the breach too, damaged to enter without bringing half the wall down around him. His dreadnought chassis leaked actuator fluid from the wound where the traitor knight had carved away part of his torso plating. His sarcophagus vox growled through the iron hands channel. The dead are speaking in corpse shapes now. The dead do not speak, Karen replied. "Then why are you listening?" Karen ignored him and advanced deeper. His boots crushed glass, bone, and shell casings. The air smelled of promethium, dead flesh, old machine oil, and something colder beneath it all, a grave cold that did not belong on a forge world. His armor's internal systems compensated. His flesh still registered it. That irritated him. Every corpse had been placed with intent. Every wound was functional. No excess. No ornament. The throats of Vox officers had been opened first. Heavy weapon crews had been burned in place. Champions had been separated from lesser troops and arranged like broken icons. There was contempt here, but not indulgence. Brutality, but not waste. Karen knew this doctrine. He wished he did not. At the center of the manufactorum, beneath the hanging shadow of an immense hydraulic press, stood a single legionary of the damned. The warrior had not appeared on auspex. He had made no sound. He stood among the dead as if he had been there since the manufactorum's first foundation stone was sanctified. His armor was black and ancient, edged in bone-white flame that burned without smoke. A skull-faced helm stared at Karen through ember lenses. Chains hung from his breastplate. Script moved across his armor, not written in ink or carved into ceramite, but glowing beneath the surface like words trapped under ice. In his gauntlets he carried a skull relic. It was Astartes in proportion, larger than any mortal skull, plated in tarnished silver, crowned by broken iron studs, its jaw bound shut with black wire. Tiny sensors swung beneath it, though no wind moved them. From within the skull came whispers, many voices, dead voices. Some spoke in High Gothic, some in battle cant, some in choking static, some in languages Karen's armor could not translate. All were space marines. All were dead. Deimos raised his bolter. Karen lifted one iron hand, halting him. "Identify yourself." The legionary did not move. The skull whispered, "Fire, ash, oath, debt." Karen stepped closer. "You will identify yourself." The legionary's helm tilted a fraction. "Centurius," he said. The voice was low, dry, and distant, like a transmission sent through a tomb wall. Karen processed the name. Fragmentary records, incomplete archives, forbidden encounter logs, legion of the damned sightings, a relic bearer, an impossible warrior, a contradiction filed under too many seals and not enough certainty. "You are designated as an anomaly attached to the entities known as the Legion of the Damned. Names are for the living. Then why give one?" Centurius lifted the skull relic slightly. The whispers grew louder. "So the living may fear the correct shadow." Deimos shifted uneasily. Karen heard the movement, catalogued it, and despised it. The iron hands did not shuffle under pressure. The iron hands did not tremble before ghost stories. They endured. Karen approached until only a few meters separated him from the damned herald. "The headless giant," Karen said. "You will clarify its nature." The skull whispered over him. "Father, weapon, wound, hammer." Karen's jaw clenched. "I asked for clarification, not riddles." Centurius stared at him. "The living demand straight roads through the warp. The dead know better." "Is it Ferrus Manus?" The words entered the manufactorum like a blade drawn in a chapel. Deimos went still. Orthram's Vox crackled outside the breach. Even the distant artillery seemed to recede for a heartbeat. Karen hated that he had said the name, hated that it had shape in his mouth, hated that some buried organic remnant of him had felt the old gene-wrought ache when speaking it. Centurius did not answer. Karen's voice hardened. "Is it a demon wearing his image?" No answer. "A psychic weapon?" Still no answer. "An echo?" The flames along Centurius's armor bent inward, as if listening. Karen stepped closer. "Speak." Centurius raised the skull relic between them. The dead voices within it fell silent all at once. "He is what remains when duty survives death." Karen felt the manufactorum tilt, not physically. His balance systems remained stable. His inner ear registered no shift. His armor confirmed level ground. Yet the world leaned toward Centurius, toward the skull, toward the black fire in the dead warrior's lenses. Insufficient. It is the only answer that has not burned away. I do not accept mysticism. You accept bionics. You accept pain. You accept shame, though you name it discipline. You accept dead flesh removed by living knives. You accept a father's absence as doctrine. You accept much, son of iron. Karen's graviton maul hummed to life. Deimos raised his bolter again. Centurius did not react. The next words you speak will determine whether I test your resistance to gravitic compression, Karen said. The skull relic laughed. Not Centurius, not one voice. Many dead warriors, laughing through wired teeth. Then the manufactorum vanished. Medusa rose around Karen. He stood upon a ridge of black stone beneath a sky bruised by storm. The wind came at him like knives, carrying ice dust hard enough to cut skin from bone. Far below, clan fires burned in ravines, and metal shelters clung to rock faces. Men fought in the snow with axes, blades, crude firearms, and bare hands. They were not Astartes, not yet. They were mortal Medusans, hard and hungry, killing for territory, honor, food, scrap, and the right to survive another night. Above them stood Ferrus Manus, whole, alive, terrible. He watched two clans butcher each other beneath the ridge and did not intervene. His hands, silver with living metal, hung at his sides. His eyes were colder than the storm. Beside him stood emissaries, gene rights, and early officers of the Legion that would bear his name. One of them spoke with caution. "My lord, they would unite if you commanded it." Ferrus did not look at him. "Yes. Then why permit the conflict? Because command can bind weak metal into a shape. It cannot make it strong." Below, a warrior slipped in the snow and had his skull split open with an axe. His blood steamed. His killer screamed triumph, then died as a spear entered his spine. "Conflict reveals truth," Ferrus said. "Peace conceals flaws. A clan that cannot survive its rivals cannot survive the stars. A warrior who breaks under hardship has offered instruction. Use the lesson. Discard the broken." The vision shifted. A training vault. Young aspirants bleeding on iron floors. Ferrus walking among them as they fought with blunted weapons that still shattered bones. One boy fell and tried to rise. His arm hung uselessly. His opponent hesitated. Ferrus crossed the chamber and struck the hesitant boy hard enough to send him sprawling. "Why did you stop?" "He was beaten, Lord. He was breathing." The boy looked confused. Ferrus pointed to the aspirant with the broken arm. "He may rise. He may kill you. He may learn. You denied him trial and denied yourself certainty. He was weak." Ferrus's expression did not change. "Then finish the proof." The boy looked down at his fallen opponent. Fear moved across his face. Pity followed it. Ferrus saw both. His contempt was immediate. "You think mercy is kindness? It is not. Mercy toward weakness is cruelty delayed. The galaxy will not spare him because you did. It will only kill him later, and perhaps kill stronger men beside him." The vision shifted again. Forge fires, war, great crusade compliance. Ferrus's hammer falling through alien bone. Ferrus tearing open a Xenos war machine with his hands. Ferrus refusing praise from worlds, brought to compliance because adoration did not improve efficiency. Ferrus standing before his sons and offering no comfort, only expectation. He did not love weakness out of them. He hammered it out. If they broke, they had been unworthy metal. Karen tried to reject the vision. He sent kill commands through his neural plugs. He recited logic anchors. He flooded his remaining organic systems with stabilizing chemicals. None of it mattered. The vision had bypassed his augmetics and sunk its claws into something older than surgery. Istvan came next, not the battle itself. The aftermath. The Iron Hands without Ferrus. Ships fleeing with survivors who did not believe survival had value. Morlocks dead. Command fractured. Rage without a head. Shame without a grave large enough to contain it. Warriors staring at their own hands as if flesh had betrayed them personally. Apothecaries harvesting gene seed from bodies that had died beneath a Primarch's failure. Clan commanders swearing vengeance while their voices shook with grief they would later deny had ever existed. Then came the cutting. Hands removed not because they were damaged, but because they had failed to save him. Arms replaced, eyes replaced, hearts supplemented, faces hidden behind steel, pain treated as impurity, memory translated into doctrine, doctrine hardened into obsession. The flesh is weak, the flesh is weak, the flesh is weak. The words repeated until they became prayer, then law, then disease. Karen saw forbidden vaults. Iron fathers gathered around relic engines, whose machine spirits had not been sanctioned by Mars. Neural rites performed in darkness. The cult of the Gorgon whispering that Ferrus would return if enough weakness was excised, if enough flesh was given up, if enough iron replaced enough shame. He saw warriors cutting into themselves with devotional precision. He saw failures placed in amputation cradles and told their pain was ascension. He saw brothers looking at living skin with disgust, not because it had failed, but because it reminded them they had felt grief. He saw himself, a child of Medusa taken into the chapter, flesh still whole, eyes still human, kneeling before an iron father who told him the body was a temporary insult. He saw the first saw descend. He saw his own hand removed after a wound that could have healed. He saw pride burn away fear as the augmetic was installed. He saw himself mistake numbness for strength. The vision broke apart in black flame. Karen stood once more in the manufactorum, but the headless giant stood behind Centurius now. He had not entered. He had manifested, immense and silent, beneath the hanging press. His warplate was scorched black. His iron hands burned white at the knuckles. The absent space above his gorget boiled with black fire. The hammer rested in one fist, its head glowing with banked heat. Damos made a strangled sound over the vox and dropped to one knee before he could stop himself. "Stand!" Karen snapped. The sergeant rose at once, but the damage had been done. Reverence had entered the chamber like infection. Karen faced the giant. "What are you?" The fire where a head should have been bent toward him. When the voice came, it did not come through air. It came through armor, bone, iron, nerve wire, scar tissue, and gene seed. It spoke with the weight of a forge press closing on a living skull. "You cut away flesh and called the wound virtue." Karen staggered, one step only. But he staggered. Damos saw. Orthram saw through the external pict feed. Centurius saw, if the damned still saw as living warriors did. Karen's anger rose hot, humiliatingly organic. We made ourselves stronger. The black fire flared. You made fear sacred. Our flesh failed. Your courage failed first. Karen's iron hand closed hard enough for servo fibers to squeal. The iron hands endured. No, they survived. Then they worshipped the scar. The words struck deeper than any blade. Karen had imagined, in the most forbidden chamber of himself, that if Ferrus Manus returned, he would approve. Not with tenderness, never that, but with recognition, with a hard nod, with the cold judgment of a father seeing sons who had made themselves more iron than flesh, more machine than man, more enduring than the legions who had died screaming in betrayal's dust. Instead, the apparition despised them, not for weakness of body, for fear disguised as strength, for carving grief into doctrine and calling the result purity, for hating flesh not because it was weak, but because it could remember pain. Karen tried to speak and found no useful words. That enraged him most. A blast shook the manufactorum. The southern wall split inward. Dust and ash fell from the roof beams. The distant guns of Forge Temple Dominus changed pitch, from measured defiance to desperate saturation fire. On the command channel, General Hest was shouting over alarms. All forces, southern shield has collapsed. Enemy breaching the Forge Temple lower bastions. Repeat, chaos forces inside the outer sanctum. We have traitor Astartes in the Gene Vault approaches. Iron Father Karen, respond. We need Clan Raukan at the primary gate now. Now, damn you. Another voice overrode him. Vael Sorinth, laughing softly. Oh, little sons of iron, your vaults are open. Your relics are afraid. Karen turned toward the breach. Duty returned like a stabilizing clamp. Clan Raukan, redeploy. Primary objective remains defense of Forge Temple Dominus and Gene Vault Annex. Deimos, signal all surviving squads. Orthram, advance by Western Causeway. Deimos hesitated. Iron Father, the apparition. Karen looked back. The headless giant had already turned away, not toward the Forge Temple, away from it, toward the eastern warplane, where the main body of the enemy still advanced under screaming banners and the shadow of traitor titans. The damned were gathering around him, black figures emerging from smoke, flame, and the spaces between falling ash. Centurius walked at his side, skull relic whispering again in the voices of the dead. Karen's vox clicked with desperate signals. The Forge Temple was breached. Orders demanded defense. Logic demanded preservation of strategic assets. Every oath of Clan Raukan pointed toward the Gene Vault. But the giant who might have been Ferrus Manus, or might have been the Emperor's wrath in Ferrus's shape, was abandoning the Iron Hand's position without explanation. Deimos spoke carefully. Orders, Iron Father? Outside, Orthram's sarcophagus vox rumbled. Choose, little son. Karen looked toward the Forge Temple, where duty had a map, a command seal, and a measurable objective. Then he looked toward the departing dead, where duty had only fire, accusation, and a father who offered no forgiveness. For the first time in many years, Vorak Karen did not know which was weakness. The war ceased to resemble a siege and became a planetary organ failure. Carthax Septimus, convulsed beneath bombardment, every hive stack, forge causeway, trench line, rail artery, furnace district, shrine block, and Hab continent bleeding men into the same impossible wound. From orbit, the world looked less like a planet than a skull held in a furnace, its oceans of industry boiling, its clouds lit from below by lance strikes and reactor detonations. Void shields burst one after another in pale blue domes that shimmered, cracked, and died. Every shield collapse invited the heavens to fall. Macro shells entered the atmosphere as burning spears. Plasma warheads turned districts into white scars. Cyclonic tremors rolled through the crust as defense silos overloaded and died in their own fire. Billions of cultists moved across the surface. Millions of guardsmen stood against them. Thousands of tanks burned between them. Hundreds of titans walked through them. The scale defeated courage. It defeated terror. It defeated the ability of mortal minds to count. Entire regiments vanished between one command breath and the next. Armored divisions drove into smoke and emerged as twisted tracks, cooked crews, and blackened pennants. Trenches filled with bodies until the living climbed onto the dead for a firing angle. Men drowned in shell holes not with water, but with blood, runoff grease, coolant, liquefied fat, and the grey slurry of pulverized bone. Hive levels collapsed into the underworks, taking millions down in stages. First, the upper habs broke loose, towers falling inward like rotten teeth. Then the manufactoria beneath buckled, their assembly lines still moving as the ceilings came down, dragging workers, servitors, priests, soldiers, and screaming refugees into the crushing gears. Beneath that, thermal conduits burst and poured molten waste through transit tunnels, packed wall to wall with fleeing bodies. Men were cooked standing up. Flesh slid from bone in steaming sheets. Rivers of industrial runoff turned corpse choked and red, carrying helmets, hands, boots, skulls, and pieces of banners through sluice gates never designed for grief. None of it slowed the war. Karen saw it all in fragments across a dozen command feeds while he pursued the dead into the central killing field. He had made his decision without naming it disobedience. The Forge Temple screamed for aid behind him. The Gene Vault Annex flashed crimson on his tactical display. Mechanicus orders arrived in hard bursts of Binharic command, each one marked with authority sigils, relic preservation priorities, and threats of censure. Clan Raukan was ordered to redirect toward Engine Shrine, Malcador Primus, where a relic plasma conversion heart, older than the current sector tithe records, was in danger of destruction. Karen listened to the order once. The voice belonged to Magos Logi Hethron, his flesh long since reduced to a shriveled scrap, sealed in a glass reliquary between bronze shoulder cages. His words arrived translated through machine cant, cold with outrage. Iron Father Vorak Karen, you will preserve Engine Shrine Malcador Primus. The conversion heart is sanctified, irreplaceable, and required for continued forge output. By Treaty of Mars and Oath of Clan Raukan, compliance is demanded. Karen stepped over a broken guardsman, whose body ended at the waist. The man was still alive, dragging himself through mud with both hands, leaving a rope of entrails behind him. Denied. The Magos produced a burst of Binharic static, sharp enough to make lesser Vox systems bleed sparks. Your denial is invalid. Relic preservation supersedes pursuit of unidentified warp phenomena. The phenomena represent greater strategic deviation. You choose superstition over machine sanctity. I choose data. Your data is corrupted by gene memory. Karen halted for half a breath. Around him, Clan Raukan advanced in black formation. Damos remained at his left. Venerable Orthram lumbered behind with one side of his dreadnought chassis blackened and torn, still functional through hatred and redundant systems. Ahead of them, the Legion of the Damned moved through artillery smoke in silence, a wall of black armor and skeletal flame following the headless giant toward the heart of the war. Karen replied at last. Engine Shrine Malcador Primus is a fixed asset. It cannot alter the war beyond its current output capacity. The unidentified entity is mobile, lethal beyond recorded parameters, and linked to enemy command intent. I will pursue. Then your deviation is logged. All things are logged. You risk censure. Censure requires survival of the censor. Karen severed the link. Damos glanced at him. The Mechanicus will not forget. The Mechanicus forgets nothing. It understands less. Orthram's sarcophagus vox rumbled behind them. A fine answer, little son. Almost alive. Conserve your commentary for target acquisition. I have acquired many targets. Some wear purple, some wear black, some wear your face. Karen ignored the ancient. The central killing field had once been called Processional 9, a ceremonial avenue where forge lords marched new war engines beneath incense clouds and hymns of ignition. Now it was a continent-wide avenue of slaughter stretching between the broken hive walls and the outer Titan yards. Its statues had been decapitated by shellfire. Its triumphal arches were cracked and hung with the bodies of executed officers. Its floor, a layered bed of adamantium plates and sacred alloys, had buckled under the weight of bombardment until it resembled a metal sea frozen mid-storm. Across that sea came the hosts of Vale Sorinth. Cultists first, always. They came in numbers that made courage meaningless. Barefoot mobs with chain blades, furnace slaves with burning hooks, mutants with extra jaws and iron masks bolted into their skin, penal traitors still wearing imperial identification tags beneath demonic brands. Some carried rifles, some carried icons, some carried nothing but bowls of acid, bombs made from shrine bells, or infants of demon flesh bound in wire. They died by the tens of thousands under imperial fire, and those behind them climbed over the bodies with songs on their torn lips. Behind them came armor, traitor Lehman Russ tanks with screaming faces welded to their prows, Sicaran battle tanks in purple and ivory, Rhino transports daubed in old Legion script, land raiders whose assault ramps opened to vomit Emperor's children, kill squads with blades drawn and sonic weapons shrieking. Possessed siege engines crawled among them on clawed tracks, cannons breathing vapor, hulls flexing like ribs around organs too large for metal shells. Beyond them walked titans. Warhounds loped through smoke, their plasma blast guns spitting miniature suns. Reavers marched like cathedral towers, with murder for bells. Warlords loomed farther back, huge enough that clouds broke against their carapaces. Imperial god engines answered from the Titan yards, Legio Carthagis engines in black and rust. Gold, their princeps bound into thrones deep within walking fortresses. Volcano cannons fired, void shields flared. War horns boomed with notes low enough to burst the lungs of men too close to their feet. Orbital fire fell between them all. Lance beams cut perfect lines through armies. Macro shells made cities of smoke where battalions had stood. Dropcraft fell burning from the sky, trailing men and wreckage. Thunderhawks dueled hellblades through clouds of ash. One Imperial cruiser, crippled in high orbit, descended slowly over the western horizon, its dying engines turning the sky green before it struck the outer wastelands and raised a mushroom of dust that blotted out the sun. Then, Sorinth unleashed the sonic virus. It began as music, not melody, not rhythm, something fouler than both, a pressure in the teeth, a sweetness at the back of the throat, a harmony that slid through vox filters, helm seals, tank hulls, bunker walls, prayer chants, and the blessed wax stuffed into the ears of artillery crews. It came from the Emperor's children line, from sonic cannons mounted on demon engines, from the throats of modified cult choirs, from towers of living speakers grown from flayed torsos and brass horns. The first infected regiments did not know they were dying. The men of Heraxis stopped firing, their faces relaxed, their eyes filled with tears. One soldier laughed as blood ran from his ears. Another removed his helmet and pressed both thumbs into his own eyes, sighing with pleasure as they burst. Then their chests began to swell. Karen saw the feed from drone picket theta. A full guard regiment ruptured in sequence. Ribs opened outward, lungs inflated beyond human limits, throats split down to the sternum. Their bodies remained standing, held upright by the demonic resonance vibrating through their bones. They screamed, and the screams were weapons. The sound hit the neighboring Vostroyan line and peeled armor paint from tanks, shattered lasgun optics, liquefied eyeballs inside skulls, and turned exposed skin into rippling pulp. Men clutched their heads as their brains pulsed through noses and ears. Officers shot their own Vox operators before the screaming spread through command channels, then died when their own soldiers burst open and joined the choir. General Hest's voice came across all Imperial frequencies. All infected formations are to be considered lost. Extermination protocols authorized. Artillery command, fire on corrupted regiments. No extraction, no mercy. Burn the singing dead. Burn them now. A colonel protested. His voice was raw. My men are still alive. Hest answered with the tone of a man strangling himself with duty. Then kill them while they are still men. Imperial guns turned inward. Basilisks, manticores, medusas, and macro batteries opened fire on their own lines. Entire regiments vanished beneath loyal shells. Guardsmen who had survived days of chaos assault died under the Emperor's artillery, reduced to red vapor before the virus could make them into living instruments. Flamers swept trench systems. Commissars executed platoons whose voices began to harmonize. Tank crews fired point-blank into crowds of their own infantry until their barrels glowed. The Imperium survived by amputating itself faster than corruption could spread. Karen approved. The Legion of the Damned did not slow. They met the sonic wave in absolute silence. The sound struck them and died. It touched black armor and found no meat willing to sing. It crawled into their vox grills and emerged as ash. The damned advanced as a single wall, bolters raised, flames streaming backward from their bodies, though there was no wind. Plasma fire washed over them. Melter beams punched into their line and vanished into black radiance. Volcano cannon shockwaves flattened the ground before them, yet they walked through the blast wake without losing formation. Demonic flame curled around their greaves and guttered out like candles before a tomb. They fired. 1,000 ghost rounds struck the first ranks of the Emperor's Children's spearhead. Traitor Astartes burned from within. Their ornate armor became coffins of black fire. Sonic weapons melted into their users' arms. Helms split as skulls expanded, ignited, and burst. The cultists behind them broke, then were crushed beneath their own reinforcements. At their center walked the headless giant, Ferrus, Charon's forbidden. Thought named him. The apparition had grown brighter. No, not brighter. Heavier, more defined. His black plate had gathered edges. His iron hands no longer merely burned. They radiated pressure, as if every act of violence around him was drawn through them and hammered into force. Where loyal space marines died, the fire around him flared. Charon saw it first, when a squad of white consuls made their last stand beside a wrecked Baneblade. They had been cut off, surrounded by Emperor's children and cult mobs, their ammunition nearly gone. Their sergeant killed 3 traitors with a broken power sword before a sonic lance tore him in half. His brothers died over his corpse. As the last white consul fell, the headless giant's hammer ignited. Ferrus struck the ground. A shockwave of black fire tore forward and erased an entire enemy armor wedge. Tanks split open. Engines burst. Cultists became ash shadows on buckled metal. A possessed dreadnought was hurled backward, its sarcophagus occupant screaming blasphemies, until Ferrus reached it, seized its claw arm, and ripped the limb free with one hand. He drove the severed claw through the dreadnought's chest and tore out the demon bound inside, a mass of teeth and pink nerves. His iron fingers closed around it. It became coal. More loyal Astartes died. More fire gathered around him. The salamander's remnants fell beneath a swarm of demon engines at the furnace canal. Ferrus's shoulders broadened with black flame. A Black Templar's marshal died laughing with a chains ward buried in a traitor champion's gut, and Ferrus's hammer answered by smashing a land raider flat, reducing its crew and passengers to paste inside crushed ceramite. 3 iron hands from a separated squad were overwhelmed near the artillery causeway, and the apparition's left hand flared white-hot, fingers flexing as if feeling each death through the bones of the world. "He feeds on us," Deimos said over the squad link. Charon's first instinct was to correct him. He did not. "Not feeds," Charon said. "Utilizes." Orthram laughed, though his chassis shook with damage. "You would call a ghost furnace efficient if it burned the correct fuel." Ahead, Ferrus entered the Emperor's Children's spearhead. He did not challenge them. He did not answer their insults. He did not duel. He annihilated. A champion in phoenix-crested Terminator armor swept a blade toward his chest. Ferrus caught the warrior's wrist, broke the arm at the elbow, seized the helm, and drove the traitor head first through the chest of the warrior behind him. A sonic dreadnought opened fire at point-blank range, its weapon shrieking with enough force to shatter bunkers. Ferrus walked into the sound, reached through the cannon mouth, and tore out the weapon's living core in ropes of fused meat and wire. He smashed the dreadnought's sarcophagus with his hammer and left the occupant as a smear across the avenue. An entire line of Emperor's Children havocs fired into him. Lascannons, plasma, melter, sonic fury. He vanished behind impacts. Then he emerged, armor burning, one iron hand outstretched. He closed his fist. Every traitor weapon in the line folded inward. Barrels crumpled. Power coils detonated. Backpacks exploded. The havocs died in fragments. their elegant armor rupturing outward, limbs spinning away through smoke, voices cut short as black flame poured from their throats. Vile Sorinth's voice returned to the battlefield, no longer merely on Vox, but amplified through the sonic towers and the mouths of infected dead. "Ferrus," he sang. "Oh, broken Gorgon. Oh, Fulgrim's finest trophy. Does your neck still remember the blade? Does your legion still taste the dust where your head fell?" The Emperor's children laughed with him, a cruel harmony rippling across the field. Karen felt every iron hand stiffen. Ferrus did not speak. He turned toward the source of the nearest sonic tower. It was mounted upon a demon engine larger than a hab block, a walking cathedral of pipes, stretched skin, brass ribs, and flayed choirs wired into its flanks. Its mouths screamed Fulgrim's name. Its cannons pointed at Ferrus and fired. He charged through the blast. The sound stripped paint from wrecks, shredded corpses, burst cultists who stood too close, and cracked the armor of living space marines. Ferrus entered it, as if entering rain. His iron hands punched into the demon, engine's front plating. He pulled it open. Inside was not machinery. Inside was a choir of fused bodies, hearts beating in glass tanks, tongues nailed to silver wheels, lungs pumping sonic poison through brass pipes. Ferrus reached in and crushed the central organ mass with one hand. With the other, he swung his hammer through the engine's spine. The walking cathedral collapsed. Its death scream killed thousands of cultists around it. Ferrus stood amid the falling meat and metal, silent, black fire spiraling from the place where his head should have been. Sorinth laughed again, but there was strain now, a thin crack beneath the aristocratic polish. How wonderfully direct, how painfully predictable. Come then, father of failures, come be displayed again. The traitor titans advanced. One in particular moved through the smoke ahead of the others, a warlord engine bearing the sigils of a fallen legio and the perfumed obscenities of the Third Legion. Its name scrolled across captured Vox bands in corrupted Binharic and tortured High Gothic. Canticle of ruin. Its princeps had long ago ceased to be a man in any meaningful sense. He was a swollen nervous system wired through a throne of amniotic stimulants, pain hooks, and demonic mirrors, his mind spread across the god-machine's senses like oil across water. The Titan's plasma annihilator lowered. Karen saw the targeting alignment. "Disperse," he voxed. The damned did not disperse. Ferrus looked up. For one impossible heartbeat, Karen thought the apparition would raise his hammer and strike down the shot itself. The plasma annihilator fired. The world became a sun. The blast struck Ferrus directly. Light swallowed the central killing field. The shockwave hurled tanks onto their sides, flattened trenchworks, turned corpses to vapor, and sent iron hands skidding backward across buckled metal. Karen's armor locked around him. Warning runes screamed across his vision. His organic eye overloaded and went blind for 3 seconds. His augmetic eye rebooted through static. Deimos crashed beside him, armor smoking. Orthram was driven to one knee, his dreadnought claws gouging furrows through the ground. When the glare faded, there was a crater where Ferrus had stood. Molten metal boiled inside it. Bodies around the rim were gone, leaving only shadows burned into slag. The line of the damned had been broken, their black forms scattered in flame and smoke. For the first time, the silent wall had halted. Across the field, Sorinth's laughter rose triumphant and bright. Oh, magnificent! Again then, again the Gorgon falls. Karen forced himself upright. His armor reported fractures. His flesh reported pain. He ignored both. The crater bubbled. Something moved beneath the molten slag. Deimos whispered over the Vox. "Iron Father." A burning iron hand emerged from the crater. It gripped the edge. The laughter died. The crater did not cool. It should have become glass. It should have been a wound of fused adamantium and boiled stone, a place where even the dust had been murdered. The plasma annihilator of a traitor warlord titan had struck with the force of a captive sun, and everything at the center of the killing field had ceased to exist. Men had become shadows, tanks had become puddles, armor had run like wax. The dead had been erased so completely that even their bones had been denied the dignity of ash. Yet the crater moved. Vorak Karen stood at its rim with one knee locked against failure, his armor smoking, his organic eye still half blinded by white afterburn. His augmetic sight returned in fractured layers, rendering the battlefield in false colors, thermal ghosts, corrupted target runes, and error streams that hissed through his skull like insects. His armor listed internal trauma, cracked plate, failing seals, damaged fiber bundles, ruptured flesh, and blood pressure irregularity. He dismissed every warning. Before him, a burning iron hand gripped the crater's edge. The fingers flexed. Molten slag hardened around them, not cooling naturally, but obeying. The hand rose, and with it came an arm blackened by starfire, then a shoulder. Then the immense torso of the headless giant dragged itself out of the annihilation pit, as if climbing from the grave of a sun. Ferrus Manus returned from the crater larger, not merely taller, though he was that, not merely broader, though his black warplate now seemed swollen by wrath beyond the dimensions of any living Primarch. He returned less human. The resemblance to the warrior who had died on Istvan was still there in fragments. The brutal line of the shoulders, the directness of motion, the iron hands, the industrial certainty of every movement. But whatever had climbed from the plasma fire was not flesh recalled to life. It was judgment with armor. It was a dead god's son hammered into a weapon by silence, grief, and 10,000 years of unspent war. Where his head should have been, black iron flame crowned the absence. The halo did not burn upward. It turned like a crown of broken machine teeth, rotating slowly in the air above his gorget, each shard of fire shaped like a blade, a chain link, a funeral nail. Within it moved images too quick for the eye to hold: Medusan storms, Istvan dust, Fulgrim's blade, the Emperor's throne, firehawks burning black, dead Astartes rising from battlefields where hope had rotted into mud. The traitor warlord titan canticle of ruin sounded its war horn. The note rolled across the field, deep enough to make blood vibrate inside the veins of mortal men. Cultists screamed praise. Emperor's children laughed in brittle harmony. Demon engines howled back. The armies of chaos saw the giant rise and tried to drown the sight beneath noise. The Legion of the Damned answered with silence. They rose from where the blast had scattered them, black figures reforming in smoke and corpse fire. Some had been torn apart by the Titan's shot, their bodies knitted together as flame pulled armor plates and bones back into shape. Some emerged from shadows cast by the dead. Others stepped out of wrecked tanks, burning trenches, and the mouths of dying men. They gathered around Ferrus Manus in disciplined ranks, bolters lowered, helms turned toward him. Then they knelt. Every damned legionary in the central killing field dropped to one knee. The battlefield recoiled from the gesture. It was not worship. Karen understood that at once, and the realization chilled him more than reverence would have. They knelt like weapons being aligned upon an armory wall, like blades turned toward the hand that would choose them, like ammunition loaded into a chamber. They offered no prayer. They showed no devotion. They were dead loyalty, awaiting discharge. Ferrus stood among them, black halo turning above the absence of his face. Karen's vox clicked. He heard Deimos breathing too fast. He heard Orthram's sarcophagus systems grinding. He heard the distant voice of General Hest demanding status reports from units that no longer existed. He heard Mechanicus command shrieking about breached forge cores and enemy penetration through the lower sanctums. He heard himself speak before logic approved the word. Father. The word left him raw. It was not loud. It did not carry over the battlefield by natural force. But the dead heard it. The iron hands heard it. Ferrus heard it. The headless giant turned. Karen felt the full weight of that unseen regard fall upon him. His hearts, one organic and one mechanical assistive rhythm engine, stuttered out of alignment. His armor's pain inhibitors spiked and failed. His flesh remembered being flesh. Ferrus Manus faced his sons. When he spoke, the black halo flared. Fatherhood ended on Istvan. The voice did not thunder. Thunder would have been kinder. It entered every Iron Hand's helm, every vox bead, every cranial implant and bionic auditory relay on the field. It also entered meat. It moved through marrow, scars, nerve endings, surgical seams, old wounds, phantom limbs, and the places where men had cut themselves apart and pretended absence was purity. Only judgment remains. Karen could not answer. No Iron Hand could. Ferrus lifted one burning iron hand. The sensation struck across Carthag's Septimus like a psychic detonation. Every Iron Hand's warrior on the battlefield felt his flesh, not as a concept, not as a doctrinal flaw recited in cold catechism. They felt it truly, horribly, completely. Karen felt the skin beneath the remaining organic half of his face, stretched tight under scar tissue and armor seals. He felt the wetness of his eye inside its socket. He felt the pulse in his neck, where arteries still carried blood. He felt breath drag through the parts of his throat not yet replaced by metal. He felt old incisions, sutures, healed fractures, nerve grafts, phantom pain from limbs long removed. He felt the meat of himself, warm, vulnerable, alive. He hated it. Around him, Clan Raukan broke in different ways. Brother Kaelus tore off his helm and screamed, not in fear of the enemy, but in horror at the sweat running down his scalp. He drew his combat blade and drove it into the flesh of his own cheek, carving downward until metal teeth showed through torn muscle. Damos seized his wrist before he could reach his throat. Kaelus fought him like a madman, snarling that the weakness had to come out, that it had always been inside him, that he could feel it breathing. Another Iron Hand, Brother Morth, fell against a wrecked chimera and began sawing at his own organic forearm, where it met the socket of an augmetic elbow. His blade grated against bone. Blood sprayed across his black armor. He laughed once, high and broken, as if pain proved devotion. A cultist leapt onto him from behind with a chain axe. Morth ignored the attack until the axe bit into his pauldron. Then he turned and beat the cultist to death with the half-severed limb he had been trying to remove. Others reacted with rage. Sergeant Deimos drove forward into the enemy line with a fury Karen had never seen from him. His bolter fire became too fast, too hungry, less efficient, but more alive. He smashed a traitor Marine's helm open with the butt of his weapon, tore the corpse's combat blade free, and used it to open another warrior from groin to throat. He was ashamed of feeling, and so he punished the enemy for witnessing him feel. Orthram bellowed through his dreadnought vox, ancient and monstrous. Enough. Enough. I buried this. The old warrior's sarcophagus systems convulsed. For the first time in centuries, the remnants of the body sealed within the walking tomb registered pain in full. Not machine pain, not damage feedback, flesh pain. The butchered thing inside the sarcophagus remembered lungs it no longer had, legs he had lost, hands that had once held weapons without servo articulation. Orthram's multi-melter fired wild, slagging a line of cultists and half a wrecked tank. Ferrus watched them all. Then his voice came again. Flesh is not weakness. The words struck harder than the Titan's plasma. Several iron hands froze. Karen stared at the apparition. The doctrine that had shaped his life, his surgeries, his vows, his hatred of his own blood, cracked somewhere inside him. Not broke. Iron did not break easily, but a fracture formed, thin and bright. Ferrus's burning hand closed into a fist. Fear of weakness is weakness. Brother Morth stopped cutting. Kaelus sagged in Deimos's grip, blood dripping from his mutilated face. Ferrus turned his absent gaze across the iron hands as enemies died in waves around them. You fled pain and named the flight discipline. You fled grief and named the cowardice logic. You fled flesh and built shrines from your wounds. Karen found his voice at last. We endured. Ferrus took one step toward him. The ground blackened beneath his boot. You hid. The word crushed the air. Karen's system screamed. His organic heart beat painfully. His augmetic hand clenched. He wanted to deny it. He wanted to raise doctrine like a shield. He wanted to say that the Iron Hands were strong, that they had survived what would have destroyed lesser legions, that the machine endured where flesh rotted. But beneath every answer waited the vision from the manufacturer. Istvan, shame, knives, the cult of the Gorgon, men carving grief from themselves one limb at a time and calling the emptiness enlightenment. Ferrus turned away before Karen could reply. That dismissal wounded more deeply than accusation. Across the battlefield, the enemy struck the forge core. The warning came first from the Mechanicus, in shrill binary bursts, then from Guard Command, then from the dying vox of an Iron Hands scout element stationed near the lower sanctum. Enemy elite formation entering Forge Core Dominus, Terminator Plate, Emperor's Children, Phoenix Pattern Corruption. They carry trophies. Repeat, they carry trophies from Istvan dead, Gene Vault access threatened, reactor spine compromised. The transmission drowned beneath screams and sonic distortion. Then Vael Sorinth's voice poured across the voxnet like perfumed venom. Oh, sons of iron, you should see what my beloved murderers wear. A finger bone here, a strip of blackened legionary plate there. Perhaps false relics, perhaps true. Does it matter? Faith makes toys of provenance. I send them now into your holy engine heart. They will kiss your gene vaults with blades. They will teach your dead to sing. Images flashed across Karen's display from a surviving servo skull within the forge core. Phoenix corrupted terminators marched through rivers of molten metal and machine oil. They were Emperor's children, but warped by rites older than the siege, their tactical dreadnought armor elongated and ornamented into obscene nobility. Crested helms burned with violet witchlight. Their shoulder plates carried flayed strips of black armor marked with ancient Iron Hands clan runes. One wore a necklace of finger bones plated in silver. Another had a cracked Morlock helm chained to his belt. Another carried a banner stitched from what looked like preserved faces, each mouth wired open in silent accusation. They killed through the forge core methodically. Skitari were sliced apart. Servitors were crushed beneath power fists. Tech priests tried to seal blast doors and were turned into pulped meat against their own control panels. The Terminators did not rush. Their arrogance was armored as heavily as their bodies. They walked like executioners through a cathedral whose god they intended to defile. General Hest's voice rasped across the Imperial Channel. All available forces, defend the civilian shelters beneath the North Furnace level. The enemy breach is spilling into evacuation arteries. We have millions trapped below the core. I need anyone who can hear this. The Mechanicus overrode him. Primary priority is preservation of Forge Core Dominus and Engine Shrine Malcador Primus. Civilian concerns tertiary. All Astartes assets redirect immediately to Relic Engine defense. Damos turned to Karen. His face was hidden behind his helm, but the question did not need expression. The obvious strategy was clear. Defend the Forge Core, preserve Gene Vault and Relic Engine, stabilize the Bastion, ignore the civilian arteries. The dead giant would surely charge the Phoenix-corrupted Terminators. Surely the return of Ferrus Manus would mean the defense of his son's legacy. Ferrus did not move toward the Forge Core. He raised his hammer and pointed beyond it, toward the far eastern ridge, where command signals from Sorinth's main nexus pulsed behind layered void shields, sonic towers, demon engines, and a wall of traitor armor. The source, the throat of the invasion, the mind behind the defilement. His order came without explanation. Slaughter path, command nexus. Karen stared. Hest's plea continued in the background. Men screamed beneath it. Somewhere in the civilian levels, millions were being crushed, burned, or overrun. Mechanicus commands repeated relic defense protocols with increasing desperation. The Forge Core picked feed showed Phoenix Terminators entering the inner engine sanctum, their trophy chains swinging, their weapons bright. Ferrus ignored all of it. No defense of civilians, no rescue, no glorious charge to save relics under banners and shouted oaths. A path, a calculated slaughter line through the enemy's strongest concentration to decapitate command. Karen saw the geometry form across his retinal display before he consciously understood it. Ferrus had already judged the Forge Core as bait. The civilians were pressure. The relic engine was leverage. The gene vault was insult. Sorinth wanted response, wanted rage, wanted Ferrus and the Iron Hands drawn into a chamber of prepared harmonics and killing fields beneath the temple. Ferrus would not answer insult. He would answer command structure. "The Forge Core will fall," Damos said. "Affirmative," Karen replied. "The vault may be breached." "Affirmative. The civilians are dead." "Likely." The words felt different now. Not wrong. Different. They scraped across the remaining flesh of him. Damos looked toward Ferrus. "Then we follow?" Karen did not answer at once. The damned rose from their kneeling posture. Their weapons lifted. Their line reformed around the headless giant, not as honor guard, but as killing mechanism. The Iron Hands stood behind them, shaken, bloodied, humiliated by sensation, their doctrine cracked, but not discarded. Beyond them, billions died. Ahead of them, Sorinth waited. Beneath them, the Forge world, drowned in its own people. Karen understood then. Ferrus Manus had not returned to restore the Iron Hands. He had not returned to bless their bionics, praise their endurance, reclaim his sons, or mend the wound of Istvan with a father's hand. He had returned as the wound. He had returned to test whether the sons who survived him deserved to continue existing. Karen raised his bolter. His hand shook once. Flesh tremor. Tiny. Disgraceful. Real. He allowed it to pass. Then he voxed Clan Raukan. "Form on the damned. We advance on the command nexus." Damos answered immediately. "And the Forge Core?" Karen looked at the distant temple burning behind them. "Let bait burn." Ahead, Ferrus Manus began to walk. The dead followed. After one breath, so did his sons. The path to Vile Sorinth's command nexus was paved with the dead and measured in betrayals. Ferrus Manus advanced at the head of it, and the war moved aside only when it was torn apart. Nothing else persuaded it. Not artillery, not the cries of generals, not the collapse of hive spires, not the pleas of mortals trapped beneath molten decks. The dead Primarch walked through the central killing field with the Legion of the Damned around him in a black and burning wall, and Clan Raukan followed behind, like sons dragged by a chain they refused to name. Vorak Karen saw the line of advance as geometry. He clung to that because geometry did not accuse him. Angles, fire lanes, enemy density, armor concentrations, void shield rhythm, artillery saturation, counterattack probability. These were clean things. These were honest things. They did not ask whether the tremor in his remaining flesh was fear, rage, or shame. The route Ferrus chose was madness to mortal eyes and efficiency to something worse. It did not avoid the strongest enemy formations. It pierced them. It did not protect flanks. It destroyed anything capable of threatening a flank before the concept became relevant. It did not preserve strength. It turned death into momentum. The Legion of the Damned fired without pause. Their bolters spoke in a rhythm that had no echo, each ghost round leaving trails of black flame through smoke and ash. Cultists died in layered sheets. Traitor armor buckled under impacts that burned through metal and soul. Demon engines lunged from the haze, all brass claws and wet pistons and mouths full of furnace heat, only to be dragged down by silent legionaries who climbed them like executioners ascending gallows. They drove burning blades through eyes, vents, heart cages, and warp organs, reducing the things to twitching heaps of possessed scrap. Ferrus did not look back. Karen followed. Beside him, Sergeant Deimos fought with a violence that had lost its former discipline. Not inefficiency, not yet, but something raw had entered him after the Gorgon's judgment. He killed as though each enemy carried witness to his shame. A purple-armored traitor came at him with a shrieking blade and perfect footwork. Deimos shot away the warrior's knee, stepped through the spray of shattered ceramite and torn meat, and drove his combat knife through the traitor's mouth grill until the point burst from the back of the helm. He twisted once, hard, and the traitor convulsed as brain matter spilled down the collar seal. Deimos wrenched the blade free. "The flesh is not weakness," he voxed, though whether to Karen or himself was unclear. Karen did not answer. Venerable Orthram lumbered behind them, his damaged sarcophagus frame patched with emergency clamps and blackened plating. His multi-melter had failed. He had torn the heavy weapon free, and now carried the broken barrel in his dreadnought fist like a club. He smashed aside cultists by the dozen, crushing bodies into paste beneath his talons. "Do you feel it, little son?" Orthram growled over the clan link. "Define it." The old wound opening. Poetic diagnosis has no tactical value. It has all the value you fear. Karen fired 3 bolter rounds into a charging mutant whose skull had split into a crown of bone hooks. The first round opened the chest, the second blew out the spine, the third took the head apart in a wet burst. Enemy command nexus remains primary objective, so you choose not to answer. I choose not to waste breath. You still have breath to waste, Karen almost replied. Then the battlefield screamed, not the scream of men, not the scream of engines. This was a note struck against memory itself. Ahead, beyond the burning wreckage of a collapsed transit basilica, Sorinth's command nexus unfolded. It had been built inside the gutted shell of a forged cathedral, but the Emperor's children had remade it into a shrine to violation. The walls had been stripped of mechanicus reliefs and plated in reflective nerve glass, each pane alive with veins, trembling fibers, and trapped faces pressed beneath the translucent surface. Iron Hand's heraldry hung everywhere, flayed from armor, banners, corpses, and memory. Black hand symbols were nailed upside down. Strips of skin bearing clan tattoos had been stretched across organ pipes. Broken augmetic limbs had been polished and hung from chains as wind chimes, clacking softly in the heat. At the cathedral's center stood the demon engine. It was a mirror. It was also alive. It rose higher than a knight, framed in gold, bone, and spinal columns, its reflective surface made from living nerve glass stretched across a ribbed machine altar. Cables fed into it from banks of screaming prisoners, corrupted servitors, and Emperor's children choristers whose throats had been surgically opened into brass funnels. Behind the glass moved shapes that were not reflections. They were memories given hunger. Vael Sorinth stood before it in armor of purple, white, and gold, his helm removed, his pale face serene beneath a crown of razor-thin augmetic resonators. His features were too perfect to be comforting. His eyes glittered with madness, disciplined into art. Around him waited his elite, phoenix-corrupted terminators, in crested helms and baroque warplate, each bearing trophies supposedly taken from the dead of Istvan. Finger bones plated in silver, Morlock helm fragments, strips of blackened armor, scraps of old banners. Whether any were true relics did not matter. Insult was a weapon. Sorinth wielded it beautifully. The mirror laughed. Fulgrim's laughter rolled across the killing field. It was not Fulgrim. Karen knew that instantly, though his gene seed recoiled from the sound, as if from venom. The true demon Primarch was elsewhere in the galaxy's nightmare depths, a living wound upon reality. This was only an echo, stolen from rites of the Third Legion, bound into nerve glass, fed with pain, sharpened by obsession. Only an echo. Only enough. Ferrus stopped. For the first time since he had risen from the crater, the headless giant halted. The black iron halo above his gorget slowed. The mirror's surface rippled. A shape emerged within it, tall, perfect, smiling with a brother's face and a murderer's grace. White hair, violet and gold, beauty as a blade. Fulgrim looked out through the nerve glass with eyes made of stolen laughter. "Brother," the echo said. The single word cracked the battlefield open. Carthax Septimus became Istvan, not wholly, not cleanly. Reality did not transform, it overlapped. The forged cathedral remained, and yet the Urgal depression spread through it like blood through water. Ash from Carthax mingled with the red dust of the Dropsite massacre. Traitor titans strode where once legions had betrayed legions. The screams of guardsmen became the death cries of Morlocks. The blackened walls became ridgelines under a murdered sky. The nerve-glass cathedral became a mirror of battlefields, separated by 10,000 years, and joined by one severed head. Iron hands fought through the nightmare and saw their ancestors dying beside them. Damos stumbled as an armored giant in ancient black plate fell through him, chest burst open by a spear. The ghost did not see him. It crawled forward on ruined hands, trying to reach a Primarch who had already fallen. A living cultist charged through the phantom and swung an axe at Deimos's neck. Deimos caught the blow on his gauntlet and crushed the cultist's face with his bolter stock until the skull caved in and wet pulp sprayed across his breastplate. The damned flickered between present and past. Some wore the black of the Legion of the Damned. Some, for a heartbeat, wore the armor of firehawks. Some looked like warriors from legions long dead, then like chapter brothers not yet slain. They moved through both wars at once, killing traitors on Carthax while firing into the betrayal of Istvan. Their ghost rounds burned through living enemies and memory shadows alike. Ferrus stood at the center of it all. The mirror laughed again. Within its surface, Fulgrim raised the blade. Ferrus's iron hands flexed. Charon felt the psychic pressure deepen until his teeth hurt. He saw what Ferrus saw, because the echo wanted them all to see it. Fulgrim's offer, Fulgrim's sorrow, Fulgrim's smile curdling into pride, the duel, the blade, the moment when fury became failure, the impossible shame of being first among the loyal Primarchs to die, the body standing headless, the legion breaking around it, sons learning grief and calling it iron. Sorinth's voice flowed over the vision. "Look at him, sons of Medusa, your father, your wound, your excuse. He ran ahead, blinded by rage, and you made a religion of the dust where he failed. How exquisite, how tragically useful." Charon pushed forward through the Mirror Cathedral's broken threshold. Clan Raukan followed. The Phoenix-corrupted Terminators moved to meet them. The clash was immediate and hideous. Terminator plate crashed into power armor with the sound of tank wrecks colliding. A Phoenix warrior drove a lightning claw through an Iron Hand's torso and lifted him from the ground, organs sliding down the blades in steaming loops. The Iron Hand clamped a melter bomb to the traitor's chest before dying. The blast consumed them both, painting the nerve glass wall with molten ceramite and scraps of meat. Damos fought another Terminator beneath a hanging chain of flayed clan banners. His bolter was smashed from his hands. He drew his blade. The traitor's power fist struck his shoulder and crushed the pauldron inward, snapping bone and augmetic brace alike. Damos roared, not because pain had defeated him, but because he felt it fully. He stepped inside the next blow and drove his knife into the Terminator's knee joint, then fired his wrist-mounted plasma cutter into the wound until the leg came apart. The traitor fell. Damos climbed onto him and hammered the knife down through the helm lenses again and again until the face inside was soup. Charon went for Sorinth. The Emperor's children warlord watched him come with delight. "You walk stiffly, Iron Father. Is it the weight of all that metal, or the unbearable discovery that you are still alive inside it?" Karen fired. Sorinth moved with fluid elegance. Bolt rounds detonated behind him, cracking nerve glass and sending trapped faces into silent spasms. He drew a blade with one hand and gestured with the other. The air sang. Karen's armor locked for half a heartbeat as sonic pressure stroked every joint seal and augmetic nerve connection. Sorinth stepped close and touched Karen's chest plate with 2 fingers. "You hate the flesh, but you have never truly escaped it. I can remedy that." The nerve glass behind him brightened. A body appeared within the mirror. Karen's body, perfected. No remaining skin, no pulse, no trembling meat hidden beneath armor. A towering form of black iron, silver joints, and weaponized purity. No lungs, no eyes, no heart, no weakness. A machine body not crude like a dreadnought sarcophagus, not piecemeal like his bionics, but complete, elegant, invulnerable. A body that would never sweat, never bleed, never remember fear through nerve endings. A body that would silence the accusation of flesh forever. Sorinth smiled. "There. Is that not what you have always prayed for while insisting you do not pray? No more pulse, no more shame, no more little organic tremor when the dead father looks upon you and finds you wanting. I can give you the machine you pretend to be." Karen stared. His bolter hung in his grip. The offer was blasphemy, obvious corruption, a trap wrapped in desire. He knew all of this with perfect clarity. Still, he wanted it. Want was the worst of it. His remaining flesh hurt, his heart beat, his lungs dragged air, his nerves burned where Ferrus had awakened them. Sorinth had not invented temptation. He had simply uncovered the altar already built inside Karen's soul. "Accept," Sorinth whispered. "Become clean." The skull relic struck the floor between them. Centurius stood there, black flames leaking from cracks in his armor. He had not approached. He had arrived, as the damned always did, from the blind place between one death and the next. The skull in his hands whispered in the voices of dead space marines. Karen saw them, not as warriors in glory, as they were. The fate of the damned opened before him. Endless war without triumph. Endless decay without rest. Armor burning forever around flesh that had forgotten healing. Bolters firing without ammunition because duty itself had become the shell. No feasting halls, no honor rolls, no final sleep in the chapter crypt, no father's hand, no emperor's spoken praise, only battlefields appearing through flame, desperate last stands, impossible slaughter, and then vanishing before thanks could be offered. Loyalty without peace, duty without reward, death without release. Centurius spoke. "This is purity," the skull relic whispered after him. "This is damnation." Karen saw his perfect machine body in the mirror for what it was. Not strength, escape, not iron. Fear dressed in polished metal. He raised his bolter and shot the reflection. The mirror body burst into shards of nerve glass, each piece screaming with his own voice. Sorinth's smile vanished. Karen struck him across the face with his augmetic fist. Bone cracked. The Emperor's children lord staggered, blood bright on his perfect lips. Ferrus moved. The echo of Fulgrim turned within the central mirror, still laughing, still raising the blade, still forcing the moment of failure into the dead Primarch's soul. Around Ferrus, memories died. Not faded. Died. He executed them. A phantom Morlock reached toward him, pleading without words. Ferrus crushed the image beneath his hammer and moved on. A vision of Fulgrim before corruption, smiling as a brother, stepped into his path. Ferrus burned it with a sweep of one iron hand. The Urgal depression tried to form beneath his feet. He broke the ground with his hammer and turned red dust to black glass. He did not despair. Despair was waste. The cruelty in him sharpened into purpose. Anything that weakened the kill was destroyed, even memory, even grief, even the ghost of love for a brother who had once been worthy. The Fulgrim echo leaned close to the inside of the mirror. "Brother," it said again, You cannot kill what truly lives beyond you. Ferrus reached the demon engine. Phoenix Terminators tried to stop him. He tore through them without slowing. One he seized by the crest and used as a mace to smash two others aside. Another he ripped open from collar to groin, scattering organs, fiber cables, and trophy bones across the floor. A champion stabbed him through the chest with a power blade. Ferrus looked down at the weapon, then gripped the champion's helm between both iron hands and crushed until the warrior's head burst inside it, blood and brain matter spraying from the neck seal. He stood before the mirror. Fulgrim smiled from within it. Ferrus drove both iron hands into the living nerve glass. The mirror screamed. Every trapped face screamed with it. Every cable feeding it snapped taut. Every chorister wired into the altar ruptured from within, lungs bursting through ribs, throats splitting, blood spraying in rhythmic pulses across the cathedral floor. Sorinth screamed too, not from pain, but from outrage, as Ferrus gripped the reflection of Fulgrim by its perfect throat. The echo's laughter faltered. Ferrus leaned into the mirror. His hands burned white. Black fire flooded the nerve glass. Fulgrim's false face cracked. Beauty split. Under it was not the demon Primarch, not truly, only stolen laughter, ritual residue, and venomous memory. Ferrus burned it anyway. He burned it with hatred so absolute, it became almost calm. The mirror shattered. The psychic backlash killed millions. Across the hive, Manufactoria detonated as bound harmonics reversed through their machine spirits. Void shields collapsed inward, crushing entire shelter districts beneath pressure waves of blue fire. Demon engines exploded along the front, their warp cores vomiting black flame before imploding. Sonic towers burst, sending rings of force through hab levels packed with refugees, cultists, guardsmen, and wounded alike. Bodies were flattened against walls, skulls popped, organs liquefied. Rivers of glass ran through streets where sand, bone, and flesh fused under sudden heat. The mirror cathedral came apart in burning shards. Charon was hurled across the floor and struck a pillar of flayed armor. His systems failed, rebooted, failed again. He tasted blood, real blood, his own. One of his remaining teeth had broken. His organic eye saw only red. His augmetic eye saw Ferrus. The headless Primarch stood amid burning glass and dead suns. The legion of the damned gathered around him in silence. Several iron hands lay dead among them. Deimos was alive, one arm hanging uselessly, helm cracked open, breath ragged but controlled. Orthram was visible through a rent in the cathedral wall, half buried beneath rubble, still moving. Sorinth was gone, not dead. Charon knew it. Cowards with elegance always prepared exits. Ferrus stood where the mirror had been, black flame curling from his iron hands. The halo above his absent head turned slowly. For a moment, the battlefield was quiet enough for falling glass to sound like rain. Then the dead Primarch spoke. Not to Charon, not to the damned, not even to the battlefield. Perhaps to the silence that had held him since Istvan. Fulgrim lives. The words were a furnace door opening. Ferrus's iron hands closed into fists. Therefore my work is unfinished. The surviving commanders of Carthax Septimus mistook silence for deliverance. For almost an hour after the mirror, demon shattered, the sky above the Forge world seemed to breathe again. The sonic towers were dead. The demon engines nearest the command nexus had burst apart in chain reactions of black fire and ruptured warp organs. The Emperor's children's spearheads that had driven so deep into the Forge hive line were scattered, their perfection reduced to purple wreckage, bone dust, and armor fragments still burning with ghost flame. The central killing field, once an ocean of cult bodies and traitor steel, had fallen into a stunned quiet, broken only by the crack of distant guns and the soft, wet collapse of men dying under rubble. General Tiber Hest believed, for 3 minutes, that the world had been saved. His command bunker lay beneath 9 meters of cracked rockcrete, and 2 layers of sanctified adamantium. Its walls sweated condensation and blood from ruptured medici pipes. Half the hololithic strategium was dead, leaving the war map of Carthax Septimus rendered in broken light and missing continents of data. Officers stood at stations with bandaged heads, missing hands, burned faces, and eyes red from stims. Servo skulls drifted low, their flight patterns erratic, their parchment trails blackened by smoke. Hest leaned over the map with both fists on the table. "Enemy pressure is falling across the western and central fronts," he said. His voice was raw, but steadier than it had any right to be. "The sonic infection has ceased. Confirm status of Forge Core Dominus." A Vox officer with one ear sealed beneath dried blood answered. "Forge Core remains contested. Phoenix corrupted Terminator elements withdrawing or dead. Mechanicus casualty estimate catastrophic. Relic engine damage severe but not final." "Civilian shelters?" No one answered immediately. Hest looked up. The Vox officer swallowed. "Northern furnace levels are gone, Lord General. Heat bloom suggests total structural collapse. No survivors expected." Hest closed his eyes for one breath. Then he opened them. "Record them as martyrs of necessary endurance. Redirect all surviving artillery to the eastern ridge. If the traitor command structure has been broken, we cut off their retreat." Another officer spoke from the astropathic relay station. "Lord General, we have activity in the primary choir vaults." "From Terra?" "No, Lord. From within the Forge world." Hest stared at him. "Explain." The officer's face had gone the color of old wax. "The astropathic arrays are transmitting without sanction." The command bunker went still. Carthax Septimus possessed astropathic arrays vast enough to scream across the sector. They were built into the upper spires of the Forge temples and bound to choir vaults deep below, where sanctioned psychers sat chained beneath brass crowns and pain engines, their minds braided into one shrieking instrument. Those arrays had been damaged, shielded, and partially abandoned after the first orbital bombardments. No mortal command had enough living astropaths left to use them at full strength. Yet above the ruined planet, every surviving relay tower ignited. Not with blue psychic light, with black flame. Across Carthax Septimus, astropaths who were already blind clutched their ruined eyes and screamed as something entered the choir vaults. It did not possess them. Possession would have been almost merciful. It used them as wire, their bodies arched against. Restraints, their teeth cracked, their tongues blackened, their lungs filled with ash, and still drew breath enough to transmit. Dead Vox units sparked awake beside them, speaking in bursts of static, binary, battle cant, and grave cold silence. The message went out through the warp. It carried no plea for aid, no request for reinforcement, no imperial distress call. It was a challenge. It was encoded in dead Vox code, layered with Istvan casualty fragments, Iron Hands command ciphers, Firehawk's distress remnants, and the psychic taste of a primarchal wound that had never healed. It did not say Ferrus Manus lived. It did not need to. It showed the galaxy a burning iron hand rising from a crater. It showed Emperor's children dead beneath a shattered mirror. It showed black-armored warriors advancing through impossible fire. It showed a headless giant standing where the pride of the Third Legion had bled. To loyal minds, it was horror. To traitor minds, it was bait. In the command bunker, Hest listened to the transmission as it bled from every Vox grill. "Shut it down," he said. The Vox officer shook his head, tears cutting tracks through the ash on his face. "We cannot. Destroy the arrays. Artillery command has already tried, Lord General. The shells detonate before impact. Orbital defense lasers report target lock failure. Mechanicus kill prayers are being rejected by the machine spirits." Hest looked at the broken war map. The eastern ridge flickered with black light, where Ferrus Manus stood amid the dead. Hest understood then, not fully, but enough. Carthax Septimus had not been saved. It had been lit like a corpse candle in the dark. The traitors came to the flame. They arrived first as whispers in the Empyrean, then as distortions in the void, then as translation wounds opening around the system in numbers no sane commander would have believed. The warp split and vomited warships. Black Legion vessels came like iron wolves, their hulls black and gold, prows crowned with spikes, launch bays spilling claws of attack craft. They came because the despoiler's sons did not ignore the scent of a returned primarchal weapon, even a loyal dead one. Emperor's children hosts followed, drawn by pride, hatred, obsession, and the promise that Fulgrim's oldest wound had begun to move again. Their ships were beautiful in the way poison could be beautiful, blades sleek, lacquered in violet and pearl, their hulls singing through the void with murder harmonics. Dark Mechanicum fleets translated beside them, rust red and oil black, trailing cables the length of cities. Their arc ships were crawling cathedrals of scrap, demon engines, blasphemous reactors, and bound machine spirits screaming in binary agony. They came for the Forge World's relics. They came for the astropathic arrays. They came because a dead Primarch's psychic manifestation was a machine mystery too obscene to leave unbound. Traitor night houses fell from orbit in iron rain, their drop coffins burning red through the atmosphere. Demon swarms spilled from warp breaches around them, winged things, horned things, laughing things, plague-swollen things, shapes that existed only long enough to kill and be killed. Cult fleets unloaded more bodies into the slaughter until the plains of Carthax darkened again beneath billions of new feet. The Imperial commanders watched the strategic displays drown in red. Hest gripped the edge of the map table until his fingernails tore. He called them, he said. No one contradicted him. On the eastern ridge, Vorak Karen climbed through the ruins of the Mirror Cathedral and found Ferrus Manus standing beneath the burning arrays. The astropathic pylons rose behind the headless giant like the ribs of a dead god, their heights lost in smoke and orbital fire. Black flame crawled along their surfaces, through cables, around brass choirs, across cracked statues of the Omnissiah and Emperor alike. Dead astropaths hung in their restraint thrones with smoke pouring from their mouths, yet their corpses continued to transmit. Servo skulls orbited the pylons in slow circles, chanting broken names. The Legion of the Damned gathered below in growing ranks, not squads now, not scattered apparitions. Companies emerged from flame, cohorts assembled from the smoke of burning districts. Phantom hosts stepped from the shadows of fallen titans, from the holds of wrecked ships, from the mouths of dead dreadnoughts, from the black spaces between artillery impacts. Their armor bore marks from forgotten wars. Some wore the ghost of Firehawk's heraldry beneath the black-red flame and white wings surfacing for a heartbeat before burning away again. Others bore no chapter mark at all. Some were ancient legionaries in armor patterns lost to common memory. Some were warriors of chapters erased by the administratum. Some were only black plate, bone, fire, and purpose. The Firehawks were there, and they were not. Their identity moved through the host like a submerged memory, visible only when black flame thinned. Their pride, their aggression, their orthodox fury, their last translation into damnation. But the Legion had become broader than any lost chapter. It was dead Astartes' vengeance given shape through the Emperor's will, through the galaxy's hatred, through the refusal of service to end at the grave. It was not an order of battle. It was a verdict, still gathering evidence. Karen approached with Deimos at his side and Orthram limping behind in his battered dreadnought shell. The surviving Iron Hands followed, fewer than before, their black armor scarred, their white hands scorched, their doctrine bleeding from wounds they could no longer cauterize. Karen stopped 10 paces from Ferrus. "You have damned the system," he said. The dead Primarch did not turn at first. The black iron crown above his absent head rotated slowly, each shard of flame reflecting orbital fire. Karen continued. The enemy withdrawal was collapsing. Their first wave could have been destroyed in detail. The Forge world might have retained function. Instead, you have broadcast your presence to every traitor within reach of the warp. Billions more are arriving. Additional fleets translate by the minute. Carthax Septimus cannot survive this concentration. Ferrus turned. Karen felt the unseen gaze like pressure inside his skull. A weapon does not mourn the material consumed in its firing. The words passed through the gathered iron hands like a blade dragged over bone. Damos looked toward the horizon, where fresh landings were already burning through the cloud cover. Material, he said quietly. Karen did not rebuke him. Ferrus stepped closer. This system is a shell. It will be fired. At what target? Karen demanded. All who answer. You sacrifice loyal worlds as bait. I spend weakness to expose rot. Carthax held. Carthax bled. Carthax pleaded. Carthax would have endured one wound and died of the next. Now it will kill. General Hest's voice burst through the command channel, uninvited and nearly drowned by static. Iron Father Karen, if you are near the entity, stop it. Throne preserve us. Stop it. The system is filling with traitor vessels. We cannot hold this. We cannot evacuate. We cannot even die fast enough. Ferrus heard. He did not respond. Hest's voice cracked. Whoever you are, whatever you are, in the Emperor's name, release my world. Ferrus finally answered, and his voice entered every Imperial vox across the Eastern Hemisphere. The Emperor does not release his weapons. Hest said nothing after that. Maybe his vox died. Maybe his hope did. Karen took one step closer. His remaining flesh was hurting again, not under psychic command now, but because his armor could not fully suppress the damage done to him. He felt his heartbeat, his breath, the raw scrape of his broken tooth against his tongue. He hated all of it less than before. That troubled him more than pain. You are not Ferrus Manus, Karen said. The dead giant's iron hands flexed. No. The answer stunned him. The black crown flared. I am not Chapter Master. I am not Primarch reborn. I am not Saint. I am not comfort for sons who feared their wounds. The Legion of the Damned stood motionless behind him, black flame guttering across thousands of helms. I am executioner of failures, Orthram rumbled. And we? Ferrus turned the absence of his face toward the dreadnought. Unjudged. The word struck harder than condemnation. Orthram's sarcophagus vox clicked, then steadied. Old bones, still awaiting the axe. All iron awaits the hammer. Karen felt the moment narrow. Around them, the war expanded beyond comprehension. The sky was alive with falling dropcraft and burning ships. Black, Legion assault boats pierced the atmosphere in tight formations. Emperor's children landing barges descended through curtains of flak, while singing to the world they meant to skin. Dark Mechanicum engines crawled out of impact craters, their limbs unfolding, their cannons blooming like metal flowers filled with teeth. Traitor knights strode from smoke, banners snapping, war horns screaming challenge. The Imperial lines were breaking again. They had never truly stopped. Hest's armies were spent. The Forge Temple was gutted. The gene vaults were sealed behind doors that would not hold. Civilians were dead in numbers that no record would honestly bear. Titan yards burned. Orbital plates fell in strips from the heavens. There was no victory left in any sane calculation. But Ferrus Manus had changed the equation. He had made the planet worthless as a world and priceless as a trap. Karen hated the logic because he understood it. The damned fully manifested as the first Chaos reinforcements reached the ridge. They came in impossible numbers. Black armored hosts appeared across the slopes, upon the wrecks, inside the trenches, along broken causeways, atop the corpses of god engines. Their arrival was not thunderous. It was worse. It was silent. One moment there was empty smoke. The next, A company stood within it. One moment a fallen bastion held only the dead. The next, a cohort of burning Astartes occupied its parapets, bolters raised. A crater filled with ash became a mustering ground. A river of industrial blood became a road of black flame, over which the damned marched without sinking. A Black Legion warband charged first, eager for glory, their champions howling oaths to Horus and Abaddon. They came with chain axes raised, terminators at the center, possessed at the flanks, cultists spilling around their legs like vermin. Ferrus raised his hammer. The damned fired as one. The front rank of Black Legionaries exploded, not simply slain, opened. Armor burst outward. Bodies burned black from within. Possessed warriors convulsed as the demons inside them were dragged to the surface and ignited. Cultists vanished in curtains of ash. The second rank continued because pride and hatred drove them forward. The damned fired again. The slope became a crematorium. Ferrus looked to the iron hands. "Beside them," he said. Charon's jaw tightened. Ferrus's voice deepened, entering them all. "Fight beside the damned, or be counted among the unworthy dead." Deimos did not hesitate. He stepped forward and took position beside a legionary of the damned, whose armor burned with the ghost of firehawks red beneath the black. The dead warrior did not acknowledge him. Deimos raised his bolter anyway. One by one, Clan Raukan moved. Not from faith. Faith had no place in Charon's decision. He did not believe Ferrus had returned as a father. He did not believe the damned were holy. He did not believe Carthax would be saved, or that the dead offered redemption. He understood only that logic had become apocalyptic. The optimal path now passed through impossibility. The necessary weapon was a ghost host. The Primarch of the damned was not a miracle, but he was real enough to alter mass casualty projections by orders beyond mortal command. Refusal would not preserve purity. It would merely waste the last chance to make the trap kill more than it consumed. Charon stepped forward. He stood beside the dead. The legionary to his right turned its skull helm by a fraction. Black fire reflected in Charon's augmetic eye. In the dead warrior's chestplate, beneath soot and flame, a faint winged sigil surfaced and vanished. Firehawks. Not saved, reforged. Charon raised his weapon. "Clan Raukan," he voxed, his voice carrying across the surviving iron hands. "Integrate with the damned line. No reverence, no hesitation. Kill according to their advance." Orthram laughed, huge and broken. "At last, little son, you give an order worthy of madness. Madness is inefficient. Not today." Above them, orbital fire began to fall. Chaos ships targeted the ridge from orbit. Lance strikes speared through the atmosphere. Macro shells fell like descending moons. Plasma blooms lit the clouds from within. The ground ahead of Ferrus erupted as the first strikes landed, vaporizing ranks of cultists and loyal dead alike. Imperial survivors far behind them looked on in horror as the eastern ridge became a furnace visible from half the planet. Ferrus Manus walked into it. The black crown above his absent head flared wider, taller, becoming a halo of iron flame vast enough to be seen through smoke and fire and falling night. The Legion of the Damned advanced around him. The iron hands went with them. Bolters rose, hammers ignited. Dreadnought feet crushed bone and slag. Dead Astartes and living suns moved in one line toward armies too vast to count. Every Vox channel in the system died. For 1 second there was no command, no prayer, no scream, no warning, no machine cant, no laughter from the traitors, no plea from the dying. Only breathing, slow, metallic, immense. Then the damned spoke. One word passed through every Vox grill, every helm, every command bunker, every ship bridge, every corpse speaker, every astropathic throne, every machine spirit still capable of pain. Retribution. Ferrus Manus charged through orbital fire. The dead followed. This time, the living followed too. The war became too vast for command. No single strategium could contain it. No hololithic map could show its wounds without drowning in red light. No mortal general could look upon Carthax Septimus and honestly claim he still directed anything. Orders moved through the system like dying nerves through a corpse, sparking here and there, making dead limbs twitch, but the body itself was already beyond saving. Void war burned above the Forge world. Chaos fleets crowded the orbital wells, their prows cutting through debris fields of Imperial wreckage, their hulls vomiting attack craft, boarding torpedoes, and demonic fire. Imperial defense platforms fired until their barrels melted, then detonated their reactors rather than be boarded. Escort squadrons rammed larger vessels when their ammunition ran dry. Burning ships fell from orbit in majestic silence, dragging kilometers of flame behind them, each impact below raising continents of ash. Hive war consumed the surface. Every spire was a battlefield. Every transit artery was a trench. Every manufactorum became a fortress, then a tomb, then a furnace. Guardsmen fought in air thick with powdered bone. Skitari crawled on broken augmetics through rivers of coolant and blood. Cultists climbed walls of corpses to reach firing slits, and died with their fingers hooked into the wounds of men they had never known. Entire hive levels collapsed, while the fighting continued inside them, men and monsters killing one another as the world fell around them. Titan war strode through the storm. God engines fired across districts where cities had stood. Void shields burst like dying suns. Warhounds hunted in packs through streets wide enough for armies. Reavers fought knee-deep in wrecked tanks. Warlords traded volcano fire through ash clouds, each impact punching daylight into the poisoned sky. Some titans died standing, their princeps too insane, too proud, or too fused to the machine to fall. Others toppled slowly, crushing regiments beneath their corpses, their reactors coughing plasma into the ruins like blood from a god's mouth. Warp breaches opened and closed without logic. Demons poured from mirrors, shell craters, cathedral bells, severed throats, and the shadows beneath fallen banners. They came laughing and burning, only to find the dead waiting for them. The Legion of the Damned had become an army without limit. They fought in the void, walking across shattered hulls where no gravity held them, black flames streaming around their armor in the airless dark. They fought in hive corridors where ammunition had long since failed. They fought upon Titan carapaces, firing into eye lenses and princeps sanctums. They fought in manufactoria, in collapsed chapels, in flooded gene vaults, in the plasma glare beneath broken reactors. Wherever loyal resistance failed, black fire appeared. Wherever traitors believed victory had come, dead Astartes stepped from smoke and proved them wrong. At their head moved Ferrus Manus, not everywhere, not in any way that reality could understand. Yet wherever the hardest kill waited, there he was, a headless giant beneath a crown of black iron flame, hands burning silver white, hammer turning armor and bone into judgment. He did not save, he broke, he did not redeem, he reduced the enemy's capacity to continue existing. Kharon followed him through the impossible. The iron hands no longer spoke of doctrine. Clan Raukan had lost too many brothers for speeches, too many certainties for pride. They fought beside the damned in silence, living black armor among dead black armor, flesh and augmetic moving beside flame and bone. The old hatred of flesh had not vanished. Hatreds that deep did not die because a dead father spoke, but it had been forced into function. No brother paused to carve at his own skin. No warrior wasted pain proving purity. They spent pain as they spent ammunition, until both were gone, and only duty remained. Damos fought one-handed now, his broken arm sealed tight against his side by emergency clamps. Orthram moved with half his chassis ruined, each step grinding sparks from his hip assemblies, his sarcophagus systems bleeding chemical mist. Kharon's armor had been torn open in 6 places. His augmetic eye flickered. His right hand still functioned. His left servo cluster did not. Beneath the plate, his flesh hurt in ways he could no longer suppress. He endured, not because flesh was weak, because weakness was refusing to use what remained. Sorinth's flagship hung above Carthax, like a blade poised over a corpse. The vessel was called the Perfect Wound. It was an Emperor's Children grand cruiser, rebuilt through centuries of excess, war, and surgical corruption. Its hull gleamed violet and pearl beneath layers of dried blood and devotional lacquer. Great pipes ran along its flanks, each one a sonic cannon capable of turning void shields into trembling glass. Statues of weeping angels and flayed warriors decorated its prow. Chains of captive ships trailed behind it, each wreck wired into its systems as trophies and amplifiers. The thing sang as it fought, broadcasting Fulgrim's name across the void until lesser minds aboard nearby vessels burst from the pressure of hearing it. Ferrus chose it as the throat to cut. No boarding torpedo carried him. No Thunderhawk survived the route. He crossed the void through lance fire. Karen saw it from the torn hull of an Imperial assault barge locked against a crippled traitor destroyer. The dead Primarch walked across nothing, the damned around him in a procession of black flame. Lance beams struck them and passed into darkness. Macro shells burst among them and scattered fire that reformed into warriors. The Perfect Wound fired its dorsal batteries point blank into the advancing dead, and reality itself seemed to recoil when the shots failed to stop them. Ferrus reached the hull. He placed one iron hand against the Grand Cruiser's prow. The armor screamed. He did not punch through it. He pressed. The metal bent inward beneath his palm, layers of adamantium, demon flesh, bone plating, and sanctified imperial steel long since profaned collapsing under steady pressure. The hull opened like a wound accepting a blade. Atmosphere erupted into the void. Bodies followed, crewmen, cultists, servitors, and silk-robed degenerates tumbling into space with blood freezing around them. Ferrus walked in through decompression. The damned followed. Karen and the Iron Hands came behind them in boarding craft that should have been torn apart by flak. Perhaps they were shielded. Perhaps the guns had other targets. Perhaps the dead allowed the living through because judgment required witnesses. Karen did not waste thought on the question. His craft slammed into the wound Ferrus had made, boarding claws locking into meat metal. The ramp fell. Atmosphere screamed past him. He stepped into the flagship with bolter raised. The corridors of the Perfect Wound were alive. Walls pulsed with muscle beneath polished armor plates. Nerve cables twitched underfoot. Mouths opened in the ceiling to sing fragments of old Legion hymns made obscene by time and worship. Statues turned their heads as the boarders passed. Perfumed steam mixed with blood mist. Every surface reflected the invaders, but the reflections were wrong. Karen saw himself whole machine, then whole flesh, then headless, then kneeling in the dust of Istvan beside a corpse he had never seen. He fired into the mirror wall until it stopped showing him anything. The boarding action became a massacre. Emperor's Children champions met them in gilded kill chambers. They fought with perfect blades, elegant cruelty, and voices sharpened into weapons. The damned answered with silence and black flame. Iron Hands fired in disciplined bursts. Traitors died beautifully, which did not make them die more slowly. Deimos crushed one champion against a singing pillar and burned the warrior's face through his helm with a plasma cutter. Orthram tore apart a sonic dreadnought by locking claws with it and driving both machines through a wall, then smashing its sarcophagus underfoot until the thing inside was paste. They reached the cathedral of flesh metal at the heart of the ship. It had once been a strategium. Sorinth had remade it into a theatre of defilement. The ceiling was ribbed like the inside of a colossal chest. The floor was polished black glass veined with blood. Organ engines lined the walls, each one built from pipes, spinal columns, lung bellows, and bound demon hosts chained into frames of silver and brass. They screamed Fulgrim's name without pause. The sound was not loud. It was intimate. It crawled into teeth and scars and old memories. Vile Sorinth waited at the far end upon a dais of fused helms. Around him stood his last champions, emperor's children in ornate armor, blades ready, helms sculpted into the faces of sneering saints. Bound demon hosts hung above them on hooks and chains, bodies twitching, mouths sewn open, eyes rolling beneath lids too thin to hide the light inside. Sorinth had repaired his beauty. The wound Karen had given him was hidden beneath silver stitches and a fresh mask of pale skin. He smiled as Ferrus entered. "Gorgon," he said, "how inelegant you remain." Ferrus did not answer. Sorinth spread his hands. No declaration, no noble wrath, no brother's curse. I had prepared myself to receive myth. Ferrus advanced. Sorinth's champions moved. There was no duel. Ferrus did not grant them honor. He dismantled them. The first champion came with a phoenix spear wreathed in violet light. Ferrus caught the weapon below the blade, snapped the shaft, and drove the broken end through the warrior's throat. Before the body fell, he seized it by the collar and hurled it into two others, hard enough to shatter all 3 suits of armor. Another champion struck at his side with a demon blade. Ferrus took the cut, gripped the warrior's helm with one hand, and slowly turned it until the neck broke, then kept turning until the head tore free in a burst of blood, cables, and spinal meat. The damned fired into the demon hosts. Black rounds punched through suspended bodies. Bound warp things screamed as their cages ignited. One tore free, its host body splitting into wings and hooked limbs, only for Centurius to step beneath it and raise the skull relic. The voices of dead Astartes poured from the skull. The demon convulsed as if nailed to the air, then burned down to a blackened skeleton before vanishing. Karen saw Sorinth's chosen champion coming for him. The warrior was immense, clad in Terminator plate, worked with mirrored gold and flayed iron hand sigils. A crest of silver bones rose from his helm. In one hand, he carried a thunder hammer, stolen from some dead loyalist hero, and remade with screaming mouths in the head. In the other, a claw of polished blades. "I have your father's dust beneath my nails," the champion voxed. Karen answered by firing into his chest. The rounds detonated, but did not stop him. The hammer came down. Karen moved, too slowly. The blow caught his left side and tore away the dead servo cluster, half his backpack, and most of the augmetic systems locked into his spine. Pain flooded him so completely that the world went white. He hit the floor. His armor went into failure cascade. His augmetic eye died. His right arm went numb. Flesh beneath his ribs split. Blood filled his mouth. The champion loomed over him. "Crawl, little machine." Karen's left side was gone as function. His augmetic sparked and twitched uselessly. His body, his despised body, dragged air into his lungs. His organic eye still saw. His heart still beat. His flesh still lived. He rolled under the next hammer blow. The floor exploded beside him. Karen drew the combat blade from his thigh mag lock with his remaining hand and drove it into the champion's knee seal. The traitor kicked him away. Karen's ribs broke. He landed hard, coughing blood. The champion advanced, laughing. Karen reached for a weapon that was not there. His hand found a fallen chain blade. Not powered, teeth broken, almost useless. He rose anyway. The champion swung. Karen stepped inside the arc, accepting the claw through his abdomen. The blades entered flesh, not metal. He felt everything. Heat, pressure, rupture, blood spilling inside his armor. He gripped the champion's wrist with his failing augmetic stump and held him close for one breath. Then he drove the dead chain blade upward beneath the Terminator's helm. The broken teeth did not cut cleanly. They jammed in the gorget. Karen pushed with everything left in his flesh. The blade punched through the soft seal, through the lower jaw, through tongue, palate, and brain. The champion's laugh became a choking, wet rattle. Karen twisted until the skull split inside the helm. The traitor fell. Karen fell with him. He lay bleeding, trapped in the flesh he had despised, and found that hatred gave him no strength at all. Endurance did. Across the cathedral, Ferrus reached Sorinth. The Emperor's children lord backed away at last. Only then did fear touch his perfect face. "You are only an echo," Sorinth said. "Only a wound. Only the Emperor's grief wearing iron hands." Ferrus placed one burning hand on his shoulder. Sorinth screamed as the armor began to fold. "Fulgrim killed you," he spat, voice breaking. "Fulgrim made you a trophy." Ferrus's other hand closed around Sorinth's opposite shoulder. He began to press, slowly, with cold industrial patience. Sorinth's armor shrieked. His bones cracked one by one. The organ engines screamed louder, shrieking Fulgrim's name as if it could summon salvation. Ferrus did not hurry. He crushed the warlord like a machine press closing on flawed metal. Shoulder plates buckled, ribs collapsed, organs burst. Sorinth's beautiful face contorted, then split as pressure forced blood from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Ferrus leaned close to the dying traitor. No rage, no satisfaction, no honor, only function. Sorinth tried to laugh. It came out as a wet click. Ferrus closed his hands. Vile Sorinth became meat, ash, and scrap inside his own perfect armor. The perfect wound died around him. Ferrus raised his hammer, and the legion of the damned began to withdraw. Not backward, inward. Black fire opened through the cathedral, through the corridors, through the hull, through the void beyond the ship. The damned stepped into it, and where they passed, the warp reached out with hooks of flame. Those hooks caught traitor vessels across the system. Black Legion cruisers, Emperor's children escorts, dark Mechanicum arcs, night transports, cult hulks. The hooks sank into hulls like barbs into flesh. The Chaos Fleet tried to flee. Ferrus dragged the damned back into the warp. The traitor ships came with them. Void shields screamed. Engines overloaded. Hulls bent as if seized by invisible hands. Some vessels snapped in half. Others folded inward, crews and demons alike crushed between decks. Some were pulled whole into black flame, their prows vanishing first, then their spines, then their engines, leaving only screams across the Vox. Warp breaches blossomed around the fleet, like wounds opening in meat. Ships collided trying to escape. Demon engines howled from orbit. Traitor captains begged gods that answered with laughter or silence. The perfect wound was the last to go. Charon saw Ferrus standing amid the burning cathedral as reality tore open behind him. The black crown above the absent head burned brighter than the void. The dead Primarch turned once, not to bless, not to forgive, not to claim his sons, to judge whether they still stood. Charon could not rise. Damos dragged him by the gorget. Orthram's ruined dreadnought frame held the boarding breach open long enough for the surviving iron hands to withdraw. Centurius passed Charon in silence, skull relic whispering, "What remains serves." Then the damned were gone. The flagship vanished into the warp, dragging half the traitor fleet after it like hooks through flesh. Carthax Septimus survived. That was what the first reports said. They were lies made from habit. The Forge world was dead. Its hives were ash. Its oceans of industry were poisoned sludge and corpse grease. Its manufactoria stood silent or burned beneath their own collapsed roofs. Its titan yards were graveyards of god machines. Its gene vaults were cracked, but not empty. Its relic engines were shattered or mad. Its civilian population existed only as numbers too large for mourning and too politically inconvenient for accuracy. The Imperial Guard raised banners over ruins where no one cheered. The Mechanicus sealed what little remained and declared partial function recoverable across centuries. General Hess died 3 days later from wounds, exhaustion, and a bolt pistol fired by his own hand in a command bunker that smelled of smoke. Clan Raukan left with fewer warriors than a company. Charon survived because his brothers refused to let him die. Much of his augmetic perfection was gone. Flesh remained where machine had failed. He hated it, but not as purely as before. That troubled him enough to feel like life. Beneath terror, Savant Malchior Voss sealed the record with shaking hands. The chapel of fallen heroes was silent around him. The black candles burned without flame. Servo skulls drifted in slow circles, whispering casualty fragments from Carthax Septimus. The reliquary assigned to the incident had no nameplate. Names would invite cults. Cults would invite questions. Questions would invite ruin. Voss entered the final classification under inquisitorial cipher, Apocrypha Extremis, Primarchal Manifestation Unconfirmed, Legion of the Damned Activity Beyond Previous Scale, Ferrus Manus Association Prohibited, Survivors Subject to Memory Quarantine, Public Record to State Chaos Invasion Repelled by Combined Imperial Sacrifice, All Alternate Testimony Heretical. He paused before the final line. His old fingers hovered above the keys. Then he typed what no public archive would ever contain. Ferrus Manus may have returned. He stared at the words until his eyes watered behind their lenses. Then he added the truth that made his hands shake. If so, mankind has not gained a savior. It has gained a judgment that will never end. The black candles bent toward the page. From a dead Vox unit deep in the chapel, slow metallic breathing began again.